5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Day of the BTS Pro Series Season 3. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, welcome back for another day, sir. How are you doing?
And I'm feeling great, Mike. We had a fantastic first 2 days. Day number 3, we've seen a few of these teams match up already. New esports have been up and down. They've won one series 2-0. They lost one series 0-2 to Fnatic and to TNC respectively. Neon, for their part, they've got a draw versus 496, and they did get clean sweep by Boom yesterday. So kind of middling in the pack, both of these teams. Gonna want to start to pull ahead, find a few more solid wins. New is slightly above because of having a full series win, whereas Neon is a bit lower. We'll see if they can fix that up. We've seen Neon be a bit shaky. We talked about it behind the scenes, but some of the drafts coming out aren't quite up to the strengths of these teams, we feel like. And this is good news, though. You look at those bans, Mike. I don't see a Chen ban here from New Esports.
That is very true, and Neon Esports, they will take the Chen. So
of course,
there you have it. Chen is upon us. Now, John, before we go on, obviously, big shout out to our sponsors. Monster, of course, providing us with the energy we need to cast today. And obviously, you love them, John. You've got a body pillow of Monster.
Of course.
You sleep with the stuff.
Of course, yeah.
And loot bet, John.
5
We want to have a gamble sometimes on the Dota. I wish we could have a gamble, but I think it's a bit immoral
oh, yeah.
For the casters to have a gamble. But great to have him here. Thanks for sponsoring the tournament. Of course, the draft continues. The Witch Doctor is now here from New Esports, which does tend to do okay up against the Chen, right? Because you can just cast the Chen. It's going to bounce between his creeps. Very annoying, but
10 seconds remaining.
Going back to that Chen, is it safe to give Neon this Chen? Because I realized they lost with it the other day for the first time in however long. I believe it may have been the first time. I still don't think it's necessarily safe to give it to Neon.
No, it still has certain timings to it. Neon plays really well around. I think what happened the last time they picked it up, it looked like 496 knew the timings up against it. They knew how to play against it. They had a lineup focused on team fight. New Esports, for their part, they're starting to draft around that. They get to pick up the Morris, which has been ignored as well in that first phase. The Phoenix isn't banned out yet. We might see that combination down the line. You know, all these heroes that focus on wide AoE control, constant fights at a certain timer can somehow overwhelm the Chen if you're not careful. The Witch Doctor, for its part here, it can be a bit 50-50. Once you have a big Chen army, it's going to be harder to land consistent cask bounces. But before that point, laning phase especially, you can get prolonged stuns if you're not careful. You're going to have to be cautious with your spacing here on the Chen. And we've got a pretty interesting draft. I mean, we talked about New Esports, right? Like, these guys surprised us in the first day. They tend to run drafts that are very different. How often do you see a Witch Doctor with a Mars together? Like, the last time we saw this, I want to say that was Boom ID in BTS Pro Series Season 2. So that's like a good month or two ago.
Absolutely. They do tend to run very unique drafts, but so do Neon Esports, right? So do many Tier 2 teams, in fact. Like, 496 is out there. They've been running some pretty wacky stuff, and I just love it. This is what I love about the SEA region. There's no
10 seconds remaining.
There's no stale meta, right? Like, you go to EU, they're picking the same thing over and over again. You know, I can't lie. It's the same 10 heroes every time. You know, you start to fall asleep at some point, but with SCA, they keep it fresh.
Oh, yeah.
They keep it exciting, and that's what we love to see. Still, New Esports going back into their ban phase. They did get rid of the Bat Rider. We'll get rid of the Ember Spirit now. I think they're just going to focus down on those Yopage heroes for Neon, as he has not revealed anything yet, and I think it's also safe to assume that they probably are going to give Skem the POS 1 Chen. That's just kind of what we expect at this point.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess he can still change it up, but it's probably unlikely. Like, he seems to really enjoy this hero.
Yeah, I mean, he loves the timings. He loves playing aggressive with it. You farm up to the Dominator for him, and he just runs down you. So he's used to the timings, and he can pretty much control the lane. You can't underestimate the lane control a Chen provides early. No matter what the off-lane matchup is, it can be a bit tricky. So Skem's going to find that steady farm. Looking back at it, I can't recall too many games where Januel actually gets to pick up that Chen.
5 seconds remaining.
So not entirely sure if they even do flux it that often, but the potential is there if they do find themselves feeling less confident. We haven't seen Neon feel unconfident about the Chen. Well, probably just going to be that straightforward game. And New Esports, though, you know, they're the team that seems to really favor, and we talked about strange drafts, but this is the team that has been consistent with Bloodseeker. They tend to like picking it up. I don't know if you can slide it in with Mars. You might be looking at a Bloodseeker Pause 1, which, again, New Esports has done a couple of times. It works well there with Bloodright Arena. I think if you were looking for that team fight effect, that's one way to get it done. It's just that you can't expect to be proccing Bloodthirst too much because of the Chen. So if you are going to go for the Bloodseeker here, it might be a bit trickier to find that opening, and they go with a Tusk. So Witch Doctor Tusk, this is a painful support duo to deal with. Along with Morris, you might see an early tri-lane just to get first blood.
And you were bringing up the position 1 Bloodseeker. I believe that was actually 496 that were running.
Right. Yeah.
The New Esports side have been running Bloodseeker, but as far as I can tell, it's only been POS 3.
5 seconds remaining.
I would like to see it, though, if I'm honest, because it is a very nice combination. Like, the Bloodright and Arena is the perfect size for each other. You know, just it fits very, very nicely. You'd love to see it out from New Esports if they could fit it in. Still Neon, they'll make their third pickup now, and like you said, the support duo of New Esports is quite potent. We'll have to be a bit wary about that. There is a lot of rotation potential. This support duo.
Team pick.
Neon.
Ooh.
Okay, so maybe not a POS 1 Chen.
Oh yeah, it's certainly looking that way. They're gonna go with the Casino Knight. It makes its appearance once more. We've seen the aggression it pumps out be really beneficial. You don't have the best ways for New Esports to deal with the illusions. Somewhat God's Rebuke can handle it down the line, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Have to say, on the CK with the early Phantasms, it might be a bit risky to jump in if you don't see the Witch Doctor. You talked about the cask with Chen. I think the cask with Chaos Knight and level 1 Phantasm is a much bigger risk. That's a guaranteed bounce between those two. So you're going to be able to find ways to deal with it somewhat early on, but you can see Neon's timings are tying up well. They want to play fast with the CK. They've got the Chen to sustain. They've got the Tiny for some damage as well. They can draft around that aggression in New Esports. They've got to be ready for it. Neon is not a team that lets you sit back and just relax. They make you work. With New Esports, for their part, they have been pretty aggressive as well. So it's going to be an interesting clash.
Riki.
There's the Riki coming out now for New Esports. Interesting pickup. We've seen a bit of Riki popping up over the past couple days, and it has had mixed results. It
10 seconds remaining.
a bit of
5
Riki
seconds remaining.
over the past couple days. Effectiveness of the Riki has been a bit questionable, I'm honest.
Yeah.
Even when they do have a very good start, it just doesn't seem to transition to an endgame victory, which is what you're playing the Riki for in the first place. Not sure about it this game, John. I know it jukes out the CK and Tiny quite nicely. It's quite hard to hold down, but I don't know. It hasn't had a good track record.
Yeah, it's been up and down. I think the last time we saw it, that was the off-lane Riki with a safe lane Storm, right? So there's a lot of pressure in the Riki to really grow big. You don't have that in this case for New, so there's not as much heavy pressure for him to just snowball hard, but it's still very sensitive to that timing. We always talk about Diffusal, the build-up into it being super important. Not even just that, but the build-up into 2 Wraith bands for early aggression and some form of durability are really important for the Riki. You can't afford to be slowing down in that safe lane, so there has to be a lot of investment here from you to maintain that. There is some potency though, like Tusk around tag team is just fantastic. If you can isolate them with the tricks of the trade, it's a lot of damage. Neon though, they do get to pick up that Phoenix. We were talking about this with Mars. This time around, New Esports will have to play against it, and so far, they've got 2 melee cores, 1 melee support. It's gonna be, it might be a bit challenging to gap close and take that egg out.
It's quite intriguing as well, right? Because we haven't seen much Phoenix the past couple group stage days. It's been very, very intriguing in that sense because Phoenix is just such a strong hero, even with the recent nerfs. It doesn't seem bad at all. But we haven't seen it prioritized up until this point, and even then, it was a 4th pick. Speaking of, by the way, is this a core Phoenix that we're seeing, or is this a support Phoenix now? Because we could potentially still see like an offlane Chen, or even an offlane CK and a POS1 Chen. It's still very open for Neon.
Yeah, it really is, and they've got that flexibility on hand. I have a feeling it would be a JG Chen, and probably a play hard Tiny and a Genuine Phoenix. I think that's a pretty good way to split these heroes up. You want the fast timings for your Chen to get the mech, the Dominator if you want that push effect. Phoenix is really just about EXP, which we've seen POS 4s, even POS 5s to a certain extent, get at a decent timing. And Neon's lineup isn't as focused on the egg because they don't have a Chronosphere to combine it with. They don't have the arena on their side. More on the sustain aspect, perhaps, but the flexibility is on hand. So that's one thing for New to watch out for. Whether or not they're ready, they still have a last pick to kind of counteract the Phoenix. You don't have room for a Snapfire in this case. It's going to have to be the mid pickup to deal with the egg if you're worried. But Neon, they've got to step up. They're going to get to close out their draft first.
They are. 10 seconds reserve time left for this final pickup, and it's going to be the Wind Ranger. Here we go again. I believe that's a Yopaj Wind Ranger we're about to watch here. And New Esports have got some decision making to make. You mentioned it, there's no real way to deal with the Phoenix very easily.
10 seconds remaining.
The Wind Ranger kind of seems pretty unaffected this game as well, John. There's not really much to go through that wind run right now. New Esports, okay, they'll go with the Leshrac pick, which it's one way to deal with these cores that Neon Esports have picked up, but we saw the Lesh yesterday. It really wasn't that effective.
No, there's a reason why it faded out of meta. The timings are super sensitive. It has a really sharp drop-off once you see pipes and BKBs coming in. So New Esports has to maximize this Lesh fast. There's a lot of pressure on DDZ to melt these early towers. And Neon, I think they've cleaned up their draft really well. It is the JG Phoenix, so they are actually going with the Januel Chen. So a little bit less off the wall for Neon. You know, it's much more standard, which quite frankly, it's been a while since we've seen Neon run something that makes sense. So this is actually a breath of fresh air for them. They've got a pretty solid draft. Like, again, it's a Phoenix up against 3 melee heroes. Leshrac doesn't right-click well. Witch Doctor doesn't right-click well. They've got sustain with the Chen, with the Phoenix Sunray. There's a lot of sustain here from Neon, and Yu is going to have to find a way to mitigate that and overcome it to get their Leshrac draft working.
That they will. It all does pan out. Game number 1. Never mind.
That's not good.
Well, it's not good, John, especially considering you're the one that recommended the mouse. So we'll have some conversations about this later on, sir. I think I've got some feedback to provide.
Hey, mine is still working well. Mine is older, so I don't know what you're on about, Mike. Mine is perfectly fine. What have you been doing with that mouse?
Not with that mouse, John.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I brought that in myself.
You did. Get into it.
Ding, ding,
Game number 1.
That
can't escape
your Arcana still looks so good. I'll never get over it. Look at that. Look at the poly counts, Mike. So many polys. Compare compare that to everyone else. Literally everyone else. Look at Witch Doctor. His textures are so... And I love Witch Doctor. But man, you know, these new models are just way up there. You can really see that disparity.
Prepare for battle.
Do love our triangles out here, John. Angles are good.
Yeah, you know, there was one thing that was bothering me about new esports, right? So it does look like we're not seeing Lance here today. It's going to be Barry filling in for him once more, which does mean I believe we've got Yamate on the core role. Yeah, Yamate is in the POS 1 Ricky, so it's a shakeup. Day 1, we saw him with Lance and POS 1. It's back to Yamate core because he's not around. I don't know how to feel about this one. His performance was a bit middling. Perhaps we'll see an improvement here with Ricky. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Yamate, of course. The snowball, defusal timing, great band timing is going to be key. And Ricky's not a super easy laner, so he's going to have to watch his spacing there.
30 seconds to battle.
Speaking of, Paj needs to be a little bit cautious in that mid lane. They are slowly wrapping around here, but he'll run away, just throwing out some taunts while he can. What is JG doing? I swear we saw this in the previous tournament where JG just starts pump faking Roshan. And I don't know why. Till this day, I don't know why he does it.
There's a spot in the Roche where you can get vision in the pit and outside while being considered inside a pit. You know how the fog starts at a certain line, so you can peek outside for any rotations while not showing yourself. Maybe preemptively break out smokes. The reasoning I can see, there are little areas in the Roche pit where you can get a free look outside, so it's like a defensive play. I think that might be what Neon just preempts, looking to break up any potential smoke ganks.
Well, thank you for that, John. That's actually a really good answer.
Yeah, it's a neat spot.
Unexpected.
It's a very neat spot if you're a sport. Really fun spot. Still, that top lane, you look at it, Mike. Play hard and JG up against Yamate and Mozen. Not an easy lane. If you cop those spirits, Yamate's damage does slow down, but JG doesn't land the first two. Looks like they're just going to settle on harassing Mozen out. Levels really important for both sides. Witch Doctor does not like playing without levels. Ricky as well, but same for the duo of Neon. So you don't want to really be shoved from lane here.
JG. A lot of damage is going to come out here from Yamate, but he'll be alright. Looking over to that mid lane, DDZ going to be up against Yopaj. Now, the Leshrac, again, hasn't had the greatest performance from the last game we saw it in. If DDZ can put on a performance here on this Lesh, but again, it has been pretty rough from the last time, and I believe it was Carl the last time playing that Leshrac on Execration, but it did not pan out.
No, it's...
Still DDZ, completely new player, of course, can show us some stuff on this hero.
Yeah, it's looking decent so far. 5-1. He's got a big creep wave coming in. You do have a level advantage already in a Podge, and the one thing here is that your Podge does have some pretty decent range. He can stand back, he can play with power shot. DDZ needs to close up a bit to get some harassment off, and it's just so hard to land that stun. If you don't land it, then you're not shoving your Podge out of lane.
Yeah, and he's probably just going to go ahead and max out this Wind Run, just because there's so much value with it, right? You'll never be able to catch this Wind Ranger as the Leshrac unless you do land that stun, and even then, it's just so hard to keep up once he pops that Wind Run ability. And we'll have a look at the last lane while these guys are going at it. Of course, bot lane, do have Januel there with Skem, playing the POS 1 CK. Of course, Candyloon and Mars. Excuse me, Candyloon on the Mars and Barry on the Tusk. Gonna be up against him, and well, so far Skem's been having a very good time on the CK. Not too much happening, but now with a great spear out and the tag team, they can get quite a bit of harass. Not quite enough to kill him off, but they're gonna get through some regen.
Yeah, every single time we talk about someone having good lane, Mike, something just happens. Scam gonna have to eat through those tangos to maintain that, but you know, this is a Chen lane. This is how Neon can play around it. Januel gets the pull, grabs some creeps, keeps the levels up, and then they can start to look for opportunities to right-click. It's a very tanky duo from New, so you're not going to be trading too hard, They can kind of tank through that damage. What I'm interested in seeing is really Skem's decision making. Is he going to go for the Echo Saber? Is he going to go S and Y? Maybe the Armlet? Or is he going to go for the Midas we tend to see? It's going to be important to set the pace for Neon depending on what that CK goes for.
That's very true. We'll have to wait and see what Skem's decision will be this game. You might just rely on your Page to really set the tempo here on the Wind Ranger. Now, these Wind Rangers have been very strong as of late. It just seems like once you've got the MKB, you don't really need any other damage item. Just get a BKB after that and you're set to go.
Oh,
yeah, very difficult predicament for the opposing team. Just how to deal with that. Now Barry going to try and secure this bottom power rune, but it ends up being top anyway, so now the rush is on for that illusion rune top. Play hard, actually could have gone ahead and secured and will be able to. Your Page does get it bottled up. It'll give him a nice little advantage in that mid lane.
Yeah, heavy investment from Neon to get those power runes. 2 supports coming in just to make sure it goes to your Page. Worthwhile though. It does keep the Wind Ranger up. You're seeing DDZ not lag behind too hard. Of course, just not having the bottle means you're not going to deal with a spell spam, and Hipaj will get to pump a couple more power shots off. So he's going to be clearing out some smaller camps in the downtime. And you're not seeing any successful rotations from John Yuel, but they are still finding the lanes. Neon slightly behind, though. New Esports is finding some decent farm regardless.
They are. Both teams seem quite satisfied with playing the slow game for now. So we do have those 5-minute bounty runes coming up, but there'll be no engagements over those. Should be a fairly even 2-for-2 trade as per usual. Gotta wait for some like core items to be up before you can expect some rotations to be out from these two teams. So all these heroes do require a bit more than just their base skills to get some kills going.
Look at top though, Mike. JG, he's got 3 heroes around him.
Mosen needs to get that cask out and does not bounce the right way, however, but they have a snowball to follow up. Barry activates the tag team, and now the blink strike in from Yamate is going to mean JG should find, but here comes Playhard with an avalanche. He'll get a toss off, and that'll be Barry going down for first blood. Now Yamate gets shackled up. He can't TP out of there. The tricks of the trade will be out, but it won't matter as he is also going to go down. And JG survives in the end.
Oh man, I thought they'd have enough in the tank. Maledict on, tag team on, but both of those melee heroes copped the fire spirits. Yamate couldn't get an additional right click off, neither could Barry. And that's one of the risks you do run when you're jumping a Phoenix's melee heroes. You will cop those fire spirits when they're up, and with that up early on, that speed reduction is just too much. You just can't maximize that. Neon, 2 kills off the bat, successful rotation for Yopaj, a good time overall.
Yeah, to make matters worse, John, Januel took the mid lane as Yopaj was gone, denied off a DD rune against DDZ using his neutral creep, and it's going to really hurt for DDZ to never get a power rune this game. So they are very reliant, these Leshraks, on being able to have constant mana. But without that, it's been a tough mid lane for him. He's still found some CS, but he can't really make rotations on this Leshrak. He's always just going to be low on mana at this point.
Yeah, and they're losing their mid-tier 1 super fast. New is not in the position to defend. Early tier 1 mid being taken out. That's a Leshrak lane. You expect the Leshrak to be the one to melt these towers, but with that objective gone, the jungle opens up just a bit more here for Neon to make rotations in.
They're going to try for a fight. Yopaj, he'll get snowboard up, but he does get the win run. Still the tag team now coming out with the split earth. Not going to land on Yopaj, and Playhard goes in for an avalanche toss with a toss back on DDZ. Now the focus fire and the Icarus dive out, but there's Urena coming in from Candyloon. He will save the day for DDZ, or maybe not. The fire spirits, the power shot, not going to land. DDZ walks out with 30 HP, and Candyloon will get a double kill in that mid lane.
That was on the edge for New Esports, but they find some fantastic kills in return for that commitment. Neon just pushing the envelope a bit too much. They stick around after taking the mid-tier 1. They got punished, and New turned it around. 2-3 now, all of a sudden. Really timely movement from Candy Loon. This lovely start does mean that the Blink Dagger for him on the Mars is going to be up and running in a pretty decent time. And for new esports, that is their main initiation. You know, Barry's Snowball is nice and all, but the Arena Spear is where most teams play around. So if you manage to get that Blink at a faster timing, you're going to be happy regardless.
That you are. So they have left Skem farming freely in the CK, John, and he's really starting to pull ahead. He's almost got that Midas up on your Chaos Knight now. Looking good. He'll go for a bit of a rift here onto Candy Loon, but does get skewed back, and now Barry going to be there with Mosen. In fact, even DDZ going to join in. They'll go for the snowball, and a great shot down from Barry, but Phantasm is going to be popped by Skem, but he's dropping too quick, or maybe not. The Icarus dive in, and the toss up on DDZ. He's the one to drop, but now the Arena is going to be there from Candy Loon. He's got Skem, but Skem is life-stealing, and they can't kill him. The egg's going to explode, and the chase continues. Play hard in the middle of all this, getting snowballed now, but it may not matter, as they've got to come out sometime. Mosen, he will be the one to die. Now Barry on the run, but the Shackle and Avalanche gonna be out of Barry. He is certainly dead. The only man left standing being Candy Loon. And it's just perfect play out from Neon Esports.
It's just a wonderful back and forth between both teams. They are never afraid to commit 5 heroes down the lane when they see movement out. I have to say that was surprising for new esports. Again, I thought Mozen's Maldic caught. It didn't clip Skem. It looks like he dodged it out with a Phantasm right in time. And because of that, you don't find that one big kill. You sacrifice a lot. It's 5-3 now for Neon's way. And because he didn't kill Skem, he's got his Midas. It's flying in now. Power treads with one Wraith Band and a Midas at the 10-minute mark. Really good timings in that CK. He's just set to really climb up in that fort, as he's already #1 so far.
Good feeling for Skem. That's only set to escalate. Of course, Yamate has been doing a decent job on the Ricky. He is getting fairly close now to that Diffusal Blade, but he does need that up before he can feel confident in his ability to start really doing some damage in these team fights. Try to dish out some harass here on Play Hard, and that is a lot of damage, but he's not going to try to finish off the kill. Just let Play Hard get out of there. Perhaps believing that he may have had teammates behind, but mid lane, Yopaj, what a shackle onto DDZ, and now Focus Fire is there, but Snowball out from Barry. The shards not going to lock Yopaj in. We'll go back onto Mosen now with Play Hard coming in. There's an Avalanche, but your Focus Fire and Power Shot did not connect. Now your Shackle's not latching either, but Mosen is still going to go down. And Yopaj wants to try for more. Doesn't have the Shackles, however. We'll have to let Barry go.
Yeah, and they just managed to find something for nothing. They force out some spell uses from new esports. The supports are always forced to follow DDZ around, because when he gets jumped, you know, you don't want that Lesh falling behind. We talked about that timing issue, and Neon, knowing that they've got these spells up, they've got the egg, they smoke up here.
Leave Yopaj in that mid lane. He's already got that tier 1 tower, but he can TP down. They still have that tier 1 bot tower, and here he comes. He's going to go for the TP now onto DDZ. A great start, a great Shackles and Play Hard, a 3-man Avalanche. They've got the Arena down. JG has to commit the egg now. Try to survive this one, as Mosen is trying to run away on that Witch Doctor, but they'll go for Yamate. We'll use the tricks of the trade, but the Shackles are out from Yopaj once again, and the power shot right to the face of Yamate. And they just can't catch a break, new esports.
No, every single movement they have out is punished. They don't even manage to find that tier 1 bot. This is the second time they've thrown bodies on that tower. Neon are set to just get a push going. They're going to try to defend a bit. There's no egg, there's no Hand of God. There might be an opportunity, but they are a man down.
They are. Looks like they'll let this one go, Neon. I mean, it is only the bottom tier 1 tower. Don't really need that one if you're Neon, but new esports definitely do need to have that bottom tier 1 tower on the Radiant side go down. They've been trying for a long time, but it's just not happening. Mid lane, however, Play Hard Gonna get snowboard on with the Walrus Punch and the shards, but he's not dead. In fact, Yopaj is gonna rotate in. There's no focus fire yet. They have
Yamate
found the Riki, however, but Yamate is gonna be all right. Even Skem to show up on the CK. But they will not engage, rather disengage.
That's safer. I think their sentry down mid expired right when the shackle came out, so he couldn't follow up. And Yamate, who's just camping around, he had the double damage rune, he wanted to find an opportunity, just not really getting there. So they miss out on a nice spike in Neon, slowly building up that lead. 2k advantage now, the Midas and Scam paying dividends. You've got Yopaj with a Force Staff, so he opts for some utility, some movement out of that smoke screen first, although...
Mid lane, Yopaj, he's been caught out in that arena with the spear out. Avalanche is there from Playhard. Yopaj, he's wind running. He can't get out of this though. The Walrus Punch is going to be there from Barry.
Is under attack.
They're going to move into that mid-tier one, perhaps. New Esports, they just need a creep wave.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, they dropped their top tier one though, so they're gonna have to look to make this a trade. But you see Neon, they're TPing all their heroes down, they're ready for the defense. That was the blink reveal from New Esports as well, so there's no further surprises lined up, and they can't capitalize into an objective. They just leave that mid-tier one alone.
Has been killed.
We'll get a courier. Let's get it. It was actually JG's Veil of Discord going down. Not a bad snipe there from DDZ. It's actually quite valuable. But you've got to get some objectives. They're trying. They're going to go bot lane again. It's only Yamate here, however. You're going to need a lot more than that to get this tier 1 down. And in fact, they might not even have a chance. JG. Icarus diving for a bounty. Yopaj actually kills off Barry by himself up at that top lane. Now you just definitely can't make a push happen if you're New Esports.
This decision making of New Esports is not going too well. Like, again, this is a Leshrac draft. You want to melt these towers fast. You want to play with the early timings of DDZ. The more they delay this, the more time there is for Neon to build up, perhaps into the BKBs, which you do see Yopaj is queuing up next. You know, you're gonna have perhaps a pipe down the line as well after certain items come out. You're giving time for the Chen to upgrade his boots into Guardian Greaves. So there's way too much sustain that you're gonna be dealing with as this game drags on. And the Leshrac's damage output doesn't scale proportionally. You know, it has a hard cap. At some point, BDZ, if he's not doing damage now, that's not going to change much later on.
Oh, it is not. Yamate, I believe he might have the defusal on the way on that Riki.
Is under attack.
They desperately need it. But imagine, you should expect some kind of smoke out from the side of New Esports with that defusal blade. I don't think you necessarily want to just sit on this item. You can go for a kill right now. The bot lane is being forced in by JG and play hard, but they are just huddling in that mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe Yamate doesn't feel confident without the BKB. He has queued that up, but I don't really think you can afford to wait that long.
Nah, it's such slow going for farming. You talk about the Riki in this sense. You don't want to be farming creeps, you want to be farming heroes. Yamate has not found that opportunity to try picking off Neon for himself. To be fair though, the supports are pretty tanky. Like Tiny is pretty tick, so is Chen. So it's really difficult for Yamate to nail it in. But he's sitting on a defusal, man. It's just not what you want to see from Riki. With this kind of defusal timing, you just want to go.
You definitely do. Just gonna continue this farm up down to that bot lane.
Under attack.
Neon. You've got Playhard who's almost got that blink dagger up now on that Tiny. He's gonna have it up. It's on the way. It's gonna cause a lot more headache for this New Esports side. They continue to remain grouped up for now. Of course, DDZ on that Leshrac, John, he has had such a tough game. It has not been a fun game for this man.
No.
He's got the Yules up, but it's a Leshrac, right? You need to be ahead in net worth. You can't be this far behind.
No, it's just not enough. And look at New Esports. This is the 4th time they've clumped up around bot. Can they actually find a tower this time?
Spear is good from Candy Loon. That'll follow up with a snowball now. They want to burst this man down, and they do just in time. But now the avalanche and toss.
Oh, Yamate.
Both fires Shackle. Yeah, they caught Yamate. He'll get the tricks of the trade-off, but they have lost Mosen, and now Yamate's still trying to TP out. Will make it. Very, very nice TP. So it just ends up in a 1-for-1. Definitely a positive trade there for New Esports. But Neon might try to make it worth their while, but pushing the bot tier 1. In fact, no, they're just going to leave it be. They'll get back to their own jungle.
That is the fourth time. Fourth time New Esports clumps up bot, gets a team fight out, does not find a tower. Maybe they can punish this. Neon are looking to force that bottom tier 1.
Avalanche play hard with the toss out. They've already almost lost Barry, but it's a good arena on Yopaj. Still the Sunray, and Yule's going to be out now with the split earth. Yopaj is very, very low and should go down and does, but now you lose DDZ on that left track. Oh, it's not what they want. Mosen, he's also gone. Skem is hitting way too hard. They'll go in for that tier 1 bottom tower.
And it's actually a success for Neon. So New find some trades, but they get Yopaj. That's the big one. They still trade DDZ away. So Leshrak's not feeling too good, and they lose the tower. Like Neon, that's their, what, second clump up for that bot tier 1. Works out as a success. New Esports have still not made progress in any of these objectives, Mike. Not only is that bot tier 1 healthy, the mid tier 1 as well. The top tier 1 is halfway below the most progress they've had, but you want more. You want these towers gone, not just standing like that.
No, I agree with you on that. Still one tower yet to be taken here for New.
Mine is truly a blessed one.
I'm sure they'll get there soon enough. Only problem being, the longer this goes on, the more farm Skem becomes. He's already got that SNY up, working towards that hard Tarask now. And that is a very, very scary kind of deal here for New Esports.
And
once that hard is up, I just don't know how you kill him.
they
It's going to be up
don't.
very soon.
Radiant structures
It's
are
just
fortified.
not, they just don't have enough. Like, you're depending perhaps on the magic damage and DDZ, but he just dies too fast, and it's just so much HP here on top of the sustain Neon has. Like, we talked about the issues, but it's a Chen Phoenix. They heal like madmen. They've got free doctors in here providing free healthcare, and New Esports can't counteract that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Neon just continue taking over this dire jungle. Must understand how far ahead they are, and Skem is 300 gold off the heart at 21 minutes in.
Ooh, man. That is just a
300
perfect
gold
game.
off. I mean, it
Perfect
really
game.
is.
Like this kind of timing with the SNY on top, with the Midas first, with the power treads on. The New Esports right now, what are we looking for? The BKB still needs to come out from Yamate, but then you start to want more damage on that Ricky. A bit late for the Battle Fury, but still sort of plausible to build into. It helps you clear out those Chen creeps, helps you deal with the CK Phantasm illusions.
GG. Yeah, getting caught out there. He wanted to try and defend that tier 2 bottom tower, but it does not work out for him. And now Skem looks like he wants to go for the fight anyway. Pops the Phantasm. There's Playhard with your toss avalanche on Candy Loon, and now Mosen just to lead it. And Candy, he'll also go. Playhard, he might die to the Melodic, or he might not. He'll survive. You saw Skem, as soon as he uses that rift, someone is gone.
Oh yeah. His damage output is just insane. His durability is off the charts. He's got his level 18, so that's a max level Phantasm. He inches closer and closer towards his level 20 talent. And either one. I think in this case you'd really want the Spell Immune, Reality Rip, just so you could rip through that BKB pickup of Yamate. Once you have that talent up, it's going to coincide with that. In fact, looking at Yamate, Mike, he's at level 14. Skem is at 18. That's a 4-level lead from the CK over that Ricky.
That's a problem. That is a real big problem. Oh, he's got the BKB coming out. It's about that time now. You've got to make something happen with this draft. The Roshan started. So Neon, they're going to force this. Now with that BKB, perhaps you couldn't have asked for a better time if you're New Esports. They'll get vision with the shards. Smoke broken, Candy, nice skewer in. Task also thrown out. But out. Skem just pops the Phantasm and keeps going. He's not afraid of this. Goes for the Rift. Mosen. Oh, he goes way too close. Will buy back. Now play hard. Moving in. There's the arena from Candylure. But look at the damage out from Skem. It's too high. Now the egg out as well. They need a snowball out of there, but that egg is going to explode right on top of their head.
No.
They'll lose a secondary. They'll lose a third. And they'll lose a fourth. That'll be your Tusk gone. And Candy, the only man out of there but your Page. He wants to have a snipe at this. He will not connect. Candy will be alright, but the Roshan is going to go to the way of Neon Esports.
Oh, that was such a clumsy initiation from you. They jumped in, they already break their smoke, they already saw the CK inside, but they don't move in. They feel like they bait Neon outside. They're the ones who got baited out instead. And Barry's Snowball might have costed them that. Barry's Snowball in the middle of that egg, letting it go a bit too late, stunning 3 of his heroes. Yamate's BKB was revealed there and he still got stunned because the egg actually went off. It's just not lining up here for New. They need to find a way to maximize these item pickups. They're 6k behind. It's not that big. Now, looking at that chart of net worth, a lot of that gold is just in Skem. You're still finding farm in DDZ. You're still finding farm on Yamate. You just need to protect them.
He's going to go for a casual solo kill into Candy, but can he get it done? Candy going to go for the TP play and should make. No, he can't.
Cooldown challenge.
Oh, of course.
Wanted to do this the hard
Yeah, that is an 8-second shackle cooldown. That is not a good feeling for Candy.
Oh, that is just sickening. I mean, you've seen a lot of work with that cooldown talent, and it's just so difficult when you latch it and they're chasing for more.
Yeah, DDZ gonna not get shackled, but your Page gonna keep up vision. There's your splitter, but Skem now has the Rift down with a full second stun. He won the roulette. Play hard. Gonna find Barry on the Tusk. Will blink out of there, but your Page is on the chase. Barry is certainly just gonna die here to your Page. Poor old Yamate. He's just behind them, not knowing what to do. He's just helpless.
He doesn't have a TP for a bit longer. Just an awkward position. Fortunate he didn't walk into the sentry, because he would have been very, very dead at that situation. But 21-9 now, Mike. 8k, 9k net worth lead. It is harder to gap that. The movements from New Esports hasn't been helping. They lose their mid tier 2. They've got one outer tower left. They still have some steady progress. Yamate is working towards the Manta. I don't know if you want more defensive items. Like, I think in this case, if you went for just raw damage somehow, if you wanted to save up for the Nullifier, that might have been enough to help you contend with this. But the Manta at this point, I don't know if Neon's gonna be phased by that at all. Like, maybe you break off one dust and run away, but past that point, Neon just buys more dust, or maybe just buys out a gem.
There's a DD rune down at that bot lane. Gem's about to have an AC up, and think New Esports want to let him have that DD. In fact, your Page might even take it. He will. There's your AC up, and they're going to run at them again. Mosen trying to get some wards out, is going to pay for it with his life. No chance of survival there, and oh, play hard. He found another. It's going to be Barry with the Avalanche toss out and the Shackles. And that'll be another double kill out for Skem. John, he is 10-0-5 right now. Yamate trying to help out DDZ and trying to get himself out. They'll be fine.
Is under attack.
But how do you deal with this Chaos Knight? He's just too far ahead.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, your damage on Ricky's not enough to pierce through all that armor and HP on Skem. Your damage on EDC has tapered off, and he doesn't even have his level 18 for the Max Pulse Nova. They're going to try to hold the high ground. Now, they've got the arena. You can play really well in the high ground. Is that control going to be enough? It just doesn't feel like it.
The Voter Plus would agree with you, John. Sitting at 97% right now for Neon Esports. Skem gonna keep going after that Rax. Easy Rax for him. He might even go for a second. He's hungry today. No, Skem, he's gonna loop around back towards that mid lane and maybe get that creep wave pushed out. But that's a first easy Rax. I mean, there was literally no defense. In fact, your Yamate Yamate's dying to the CK illusions in his own base.
Not a good sign. I mean, those hit hard, but to hit that hard by themselves, and it's just a very difficult game now for new esports. They've got 2 racks to defend. They're trying to pick out.
DDZ, what? Maybe mispositioning there. Candy, he's going to jump in with the arena. They still have the left rack alive. He's trying to survive, but it's not looking great for new esports. A Scam now just gets to work. He'll get one. He'll chase for more now. Yamate getting focus fired down by Yopaj. It is not looking great for him. He is left alone. He will go down, and now the Tusk as well. Being shackled up, and he's gone. Pop that Phantasm. It's time for another Rax, it seems.
Oh yeah, it's too much. They've got a couple of buybacks. They don't have a arena for a very long time, and there's nothing to stop Neon. They're just gonna keep going. The Aegis does expire. Mind you, Mike, Yopaj did not have MKB for all those fights. He has it now, so his damage is even higher. And just like that, another Rax gonna go for more.
Why not? How do you stop him? There is no damage on new esports. Feels like literally 0.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Gem takes a tier 3 and that'll be it. He wants to back off a bit. Which I must admit I'm a bit shocked by that.
It's just a cautious play. Perhaps worried about giving out opportunities. They don't have the Hand of God. Maybe they just want to wait for that to be up before committing, just to have a safety net. There's also a few tier 3 items left to pick up. Very ironic for Scam to pick up a repair kit. Doesn't look like anything needs repairing on this map just yet.
No. Well, their mid and top lanes still have all their towers, so I guess you can guarantee that you'll keep them from this point. Do have the Guardian Greaves now up on Januel, so a lot more sustain coming up from our Chen. It's a matter of when Neon want to go. They may just feel like there is 0 chance for new esports to come back with this draft, and well, they've got a 1% chance apparently, so wouldn't be wrong in saying 100, I suppose. JG might get run on. They'll go for a smoke. Nice Scotty now up on Scam, but they do get a nice arena off onto JG. He cannot get the egg off in time. This could be it, but Scam jumps in with a 3-second stun, and then Barry being deleted. Candy is just TPing out with his BKB as he knows he can't take the damage, but Mosen getting it rifted mid-air. The end is nigh, I believe, and yeah, they'll call the GG. They've had enough. That'll be your game 1. Going the way of Neon Esports in a very convincing fashion.
Oh yeah, spectacular performance from Neon. You can see why you've got to ban that Chen. It's not just a scammy hero. Januel plays it perfectly well. They play around the tempo of it nicely, and new. And we talked about this team doing different drafts. They go back to the Lesh rack.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Best of 2 series between Neon Esports and New Esports. Of course, MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was very dominant from Neon.
Oh yes, it was.
Game 2, where do you think things need to change for New Esports?
Radiant team.
The draft has to be a bit more solid.
Yeah.
They're on the right direction by banning out the Chen. So you don't have that for Neon. Again, we've seen Scam play it. We saw Januel play it. It's a great effect. Just taking that Chen out removes a lot of that regen. Neon, though, they do get to pick up the Phoenix once more. And a lot of options available for the Phoenix. Faces Void, a really good one down the line. Mars, a really good one down the line that we've seen Neon really execute well. So New Esports has to be ready for those combinations. They do shake it up. They've got the Mirana, more than likely going to be our pause 4 hero, and they pick up a Lifestealer. So we're seeing that Lifestealer come out once more. Rage is going to prevent a lot of the damage Tiny brings in. Even the Phoenix is not going to have a spectacular time depending on the timings of those skill uses. They've kind of covered their bases with the Lifestealer. There are still picks that can kind of deal with it down the line, though. It has been up and down, and there's a reason why you don't see it as often, but a lot of people are saying it's back. So we'll see if New can kind of push it to its limit. I'm not entirely sure if that's still going to be the Amate here, or if New Esports shake it up once more. But they are looking a bit different here, and that's exactly what they need to bring out for game number 2.
But I think everything just went wrong for New Esports in that game number 1, right? Like, especially that Leshrac pick. It did seem like they were quite dependent on being able to play off that Leshrac.
Yeah.
Just being able to snowball. You saw Yamate, he had a good defusal timing. He wasn't struggling in farm. But if you don't have a mid laner that can fight with you, you're kind of screwed as a Riki. You can't do it by yourself. Not in a pro game anyway. Maybe in your pubs you can, but not here at BTS Pro Series Season 3. So maybe just a bit of a switch in the mid lane, I reckon. Just get something a bit more in meta over the Leshrac, which again hasn't been working out from what we've seen so far. See if they want to try it again, maybe just try something a little bit different. I'm sure they weren't expecting to be up against that mid-Wind Ranger either, which did put a bit of a spanner in the works for them. Well, they did, because they did choose the Leshrac after the Wind Ranger, but didn't work out.
No, and this time around, with a Lifestealer, you expect one of these heroes to be a carrier. So maybe you're looking at a Storm, maybe an Ember, even a Void Spirit or an Earth Spirit that somewhat can kind of work as that carrier for the Lifestealer. A Quap, a Puck. If you want something that can dip in and out, give DDZ some room to spread his legs, you know, stretch out a bit and kind of put a performance on. Because Leshrac's a very static hero. He just stands there, he casts the spells. Maybe you make a Yule's play, shove towers down, but that's the scope of it. And for a player like BDZ, for the potential he has, I think you'd want something more. So that's something new esports has to go with as well.
Yeah. By the way, John, in case there are any NA people still watching, shout out to you guys. We did just switch over to the BTS 1 stream because the NA did just finish. So hello, everyone. Nice to see you all. It's been a while, hasn't it? We haven't done any NA Dota in a very, very long time.
Oh, man. It's been so long. I'm trying to remember the last times we have. I think for you, it was NADCL, wasn't it? I think that was it.
Yeah.
That might have been it.
Yeah, that was the last time. Very, very long time ago. But hello again. Nice to see you all. New esports. They'll make their third pickup now.
Radiant team pick.
Oh.
It's going to be the Bloodseeker. So they'll bring it back out. Should be your offlane Bloodseeker here for new esports. Seems like a decent pick to make.
It's an interesting one. There are lots of potential here, especially into the Phoenix and the Tiny. So
10 seconds
you can
remaining.
immediately rupture the Phoenix. You stop him from getting the dive off. He's going to be
5
forced to
seconds
use
remaining.
his egg. Perhaps rupture someone that the Tiny would want to toss back.
team
And then you put that Tiny in a very awkward position as well. Neon, they do go with Avenge. So there's some room here as to what the support is. We saw JG just play the Phoenix. Might flex that around with Avenge now in the offlane. Maybe even the Avenge for Scam. It's been forever since we've seen him play that hero, but you know, there was a
10
time where
seconds
Avenge
remaining.
Core on pause 1 was a thing, so I wouldn't be it's not going to be
5
too surprising if
seconds
that's the case, but it is looking like a flex in the offlane with the support, so an interesting pickup. They've got the swap to save someone from Blood Right if they're caught out and get stunned up.
Yep.
And they've got a way of saving someone from the arrow plays
Radiant
as
team
well, but it's still a bit risky. Got to be very cautious about Rupture and new esports. Grimstroke coming out. Mike, double Rupture. That sounds like a lovely thing to watch.
It does. And I do fear for Neon at the moment. Don't tell me they're going to go for that pos 1 drow. Because it
Radiant
just...
team back.
It never works.
Oh no, you cursed it, Mike. You
Yeah.
cursed
Team
it.
back.
I mean... So what is it? It's been 4 games now, has it? 4 games in a row with Venge Drow that has been just a loss for many different teams now. So maybe Neon are going to make it work. Maybe they're going to be the first team throughout BTS Pro Series Season 3 to actually make it happen.
Remaining.
Of course, we are on day 3 of the group, so it's not like we've had that many
5
games, but
seconds remaining.
I'd say 4 games without a win is pretty significant, considering we're only in day 3. Still, onto our final picks. I gotta tell you, John, new esports, they do still have the option to pick up a mid Doom and not only have double Rupture, but double
Radiant
Doom available.
team back.
Yeah, that would work wonderfully there. I think I would actually prefer something with a bit more control, a bit more reach, because this is, you know, 2 melee cores into a Phoenix. The egg, if you don't time your rage right in the life sealer, the egg with the fire spirits is gonna make it difficult to take
10
the egg out.
seconds remaining.
Alina would work out pretty nice here. You know, combinations with a Mirana, LSA
5
into the
seconds
arrow.
remaining.
Long range reach, really fast right clicks coming out. Double Laguna is always nice to have as well. And it does play with that faster pace for new esports. Maybe they look into one of the Spirit Brothers. You have the Storm Band out, but the Ember is still in play, the Void Spirit's still there, even the Earth Spirit, which we've seen a ton of, giving you the Earth Spirit Grimstroke combination on top of all of that for additional mobility on the Lifestealer. Just a lot of possibilities for new to close out your draft. Neon are a bit more kind of gated, and they've stuck themselves to the Venge Drow, so their options are something that has to play with that timing, has to play with the aggression mid game that you want to bring out. Some tower push would be nice as well for Neon to maximize that potential. So a bit more limited in their scope. Alina would be pretty nice as well. One of the Spirit Brothers could be good potentially. They don't have the best of hold to maximize the egg. You don't have the Mars combination. You don't have a Faceless Void here. You're going to have to find a different way to get into the right spot, but maybe they're just feeling confident because of these melee cores.
I mean, you could try and deal with the egg with just the Mirana. I know it's not that easy, but you do have the leap. It gives you the bonus attack speed, so you can get some decent shots in as that Mirana. The one problem I'm seeing for new esports is they don't have the greatest initiation
Radiant team pick.
right now. Like, you don't really have a solid way to start a team fight. Hence why I was kind of going towards that Doom, because you can blink in, get the hoof stomp off with the stolen neutral creep spell, and just get a double Doom off as well with the soulbind. That's kind of where I was going. But either way, I think the Lina could also work. It's just going to be a matter of how you initiate.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's gonna be the one factor. Although, you know, we watched New for a bit. When they have the Bloodseeker, and they've done Bloodseeker Lifestealer a couple of times, what they tend to do is just run at you, right? They don't seem to care about proper initiation. Neon does take the Earth Spirit for themselves, so I believe that is the Yopaj hero. Yeah, it's still some flux with Avenge Phoenix. We're gonna have to find out which one is JG, which one's Januel. But lineup's looking pretty decent. They've got some good timings here from Neon. They still have to make this Drow Venge work, because I'm not sold on it personally. I know you're a bit cautious about the combo. Our experiences in watching it have been on the low end. You know, it has not been particularly effective. New esports now, how do they close out? That Doom you mentioned is still in the pool. They know their matchups. They've got the last pick advantage here.
I really don't think it's a bad pick. Doom obviously very effective up against the mid-earth spirit, just can't do anything. Even against the Drow it's quite effective, right? Like, she can still hit you, but you can at least make it much harder for her to get anything done. New esports, they're the ones to make the choice, and they do go for it. All right, so yeah, it makes sense, right? So you into the Doom. I'm surprised that Neon gave it away. That's where I'm kind of shocked. Why allow the Doom to go through when you've already got the Grimstroke, you're going to have double Rupture, and now you've got double Doom. So not only can you not do anything, but you can't run away either. You've got to stand in place and accept the fact that you've become a creep, essentially.
Yeah, it's a good time. New esports, you know, the synergy with the Grimstroke just expands so much. Like double Doom, double Rupture. As you mentioned, they just turn into creeps. There's some sensitive timings here, though. New esports have to be a bit cautious. They're actually... Oh boy, it's a JG Earth Spirit on the off, a Yopaj mid-Venge, Micah. This is the second time we've seen that mid-Venge, and again, the results are a bit shaky. Up against DDZ's Doom, you can play Harass a bit, but you're never going to stop that farm. The Devour is just always there. He's going to dip into his jungle, Venge presence, and you can get some solid farm, but you're never going to stop a Doom. Matter of facts with a Venge.
It makes enough sense, right? Because you don't really want to be up against the Doom in the mid lane, with the Earth Spirit, because it is a rough laning matchup for the ES to deal with. That Doom is just going to have a huge advantage. I think the Venge is probably the smarter choice, but then the problem with the Venge is it just feels so lackluster.
It does.
Like, you've got all these stat auras going for yourself, but it feels like you get a first core item, like maybe they just rush a pipe, as we've been seeing from a lot of Venge calls as of late, and that's it. It's done. Like they lose all momentum. It's going to be very reliant, I feel like, on JG and play hard, especially to set a tempo for their team that they can keep going off.
Yeah.
See Yopaj being able to snowball and take control of the game on the Venge.
No, it's not that kind of hero. I would have preferred something like, if you were worried about the Doom, right, you run the support Venge, you go to core Phoenix mid. I mean, it's a strange lane, but if you're expecting the Doom, Phoenix up against Doom isn't too bad. Like, that's a good amount of damage. You can deny the camps as well. Once you see Doom go in the jungle, you dive in, you fire some spirits off. He's not very tanky early on, and his spells have a long cooldown. I just don't like the core Venge over a core Phoenix here. I just don't think there's value there still. I mean, it's got to be the Yopaj hero. Maybe he's not comfy on core Phoenix. Maybe they've got a game plan in mind. Got to see how they make it work, but I would give an edge here for new esports. Their draft, a lot better than game one. They do have cooldowns to worry about. Doom is the longest one, but if you play around that perfectly, you get the double Dooms. You don't even need the double Doom, to be fair, but it's always a bonus. You land a double Doom, you land the double Rupture, you run them over with a Lifestealer, and you're good for the races. The one thing for Neon, they've got to make it really difficult for Yamate. Him last time, he had a free run. But even then, it was not kind of enough. I think the Lifestealer's a bit faster than the Riki in that sense. You still don't want to fall behind on the LS. And that's where Neon should put a lot of pressure. You're not going to stop a Doom farming, but you might make it difficult for a Lifestealer to go insane.
Yeah, absolutely. So a quick shout out to Danog, John. Chat right now. Hello, Danog. Nice to see you, sir.
Yeah, I see him. Having a good time. Lots of people there interacting. Always fun to watch. I do miss me some Aussie Dota. Hope you're having fun over there.
Yeah. Of course, people were asking, there's been a lot of people asking about when Among Us are playing, right? They really want to see how this stacked team is going to go. They are the third series of the night today, so it's not too far off. You're looking at this series ends, you've got another one, and then you've got Among Us coming in. So you'll get to see them today, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you worry. They're here. And I was having a search through, John, the 20th September.
Oh yeah,
the grudge match. Fnatic versus Among Us in about 6 days from now.
Oh man,
that's the one we want to watch. And I've been reading rumors, John. Well, not even rumors. They were saying this online. There's a bit of bad blood between the two, between the players and the organization. So it's a bit of a grudge match, John. I can't wait to watch it.
Oh, those are always the best ones to watch, and gonna be an exciting one. But you know, we've got a lot of good series. I mean, everyone's excited for Among Us. This one is pretty good, but the one up next, Fnatic versus TNC, that used to be the classic one for C. I'm pretty excited for that as well. So, you know, just stick around. A lot of good matches today.
Absolutely.
The battle begins.
Go. The DDZ in that. What are you laughing at? You've started, have you?
It's that Earth Spirit taunt. It's just when you spam it out like that, it's just so the music is what makes it annoying. You know, it's like
the Silver Surfer or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's the Silver Surfer one. It's just the music's obnoxious. It's like he's just wobbling around, you know, and then you've got Play Hard rolling around as well. It's a silly game, Dota. It's devolved into silliness, you know.
You leave it alone, John.
Look at that.
My spirit alone.
But yeah,
it's a really long taunt, though, I must admit. That surfer taunt does go a bit too long. Not that I mind, John. I enjoy spamming it.
Of course you would. Still, you've got the lanes up, and Yamate in the top lane, of course, making it a bit difficult for JG, and they are pretty confident to shove themselves in. You've got Play Hard hanging around, but he's just going to go for the pulls. So this is the start Neon wants. They just want to build up that EXP on the Tiny. JG's going to have to settle for kicking some rocks around. Yamate is going to be able to farm these first few waves just fine, but Neon really explodes once they hit the level 2, level 3 mark. So gotta be cautious about that build up into that point in that lane. We've seen Play Hard just set up for a lot of kills early on.
That he does. Looking over to that mid lane, DDZ going to be up against Yopaj. Should be a fairly even matchup between the two. I can't really imagine either one being able to kill each other off in this laning matchup. So they are both very passive kind of calls until you get quite a few levels up. Perhaps once we hit those level 6 marks, we could see it. But up the top lane, Mosen being rolled on. He's going to try and go for a TB, but Play Hard was level 2 and never committed the avalanche. So that'll be your first flood coming up, JG.
And we just talked about that lane. Level 2, level 3 is the spike. Play Hard's not afraid to jump right at you, and JG doesn't care if he leaves lane. He's an Earth Spirit. He wants these early kills. You got to be cautious about that new esports. Now, they are giving time to Yamate, but if you keep giving the snowball effect, JG's going to be off to a rolling start on that Earth Spirit.
It's a nice pun there, John. I got it. Candy Loon.
Thank you, Mike.
Of course, down at the bot lane with Barry. They're going to be up against John Newell and Skem on the drought. Not really too much they can do to force out this game in this laning phase, unless Barry can land a nice arrow, but he has been spending his arrows just focusing down the range creep, which is pretty standard stuff. They do actually go for a nice little blood ride, and the Scam's going to be a little bit cautious, but he will turn onto Barry, who might just drop here. It groups dive out. John Newell missing that Fire Spirit, tries for another, but will miss that one. And now the blood ride is going to be there, but now the split shot coming up from our Drow. John Newell, no, he goes for the salve, and it does not work out. And now Candaloon, he'll get a bit more harassed in, but Playhard's TP'd in.
Oh,
Avalanche toss. It's a great rotation out from Playhard. And that'll make the trade much better for Neon Esports.
Oh yeah, beautiful bait by Scam. Just, you know, staying low, staying within range to bait them in. They bite in, hook, line, and sinker, get punished hard, and that's what you love to see from Neon. These guys just never let go on the aggression. They're running a trial lane for now, and you know, Scam, he's gonna be happy with this. Like, you find a bigger trade in finding that kill in Candy.
That they are. See Mosen up in that top lane right now. He's just trying to get that creep wave to stop being pulled by JG, but they just can't. He'll get away with it once again. Of course, JG does not want to lane directly up against the Lifestealer, so he does have to go for these pulls. In fact, turning around and stealing some creeps away as well. A very nice boulder smash out from JG. He did manage to get the large cap.
Oh yeah, it's been a good time. I think you're still seeing a runaway start for Yamate to 5. That's what you get when you don't throw heroes in that lane. But again, there's a lot of pressure on Yamate to just make something happen with that farm. They've already decided to leave Candaloon alone in the off lane. So he doesn't have any supports around. That does somewhat expend the effort of Neon here in maintaining the tri lane. So perhaps it might be time for the supports to consider a rotation out. Maybe at the 6-minute mark, just to keep eyes out in the mid on those runes. But looks like they're just going to be pretty happy playing in the jungle. They're just trying to make it a bit harder for Candy to find any opportunity.
B. Mosen.
Radiant structures are
Go for those 5-minute bounty runes and just swipe one away here from Neon. However, in that mid lane, Playhard showing up. DDZ gotta turn around and just run away, but he tries.
Radiant's middle
Will
tower
pay
is
for
under attack.
But now Candaloon gonna rotate in onto Yopaj. Can they save the Venge? It looks like they cannot, but he'll try and fight back. Mosen even showing up now, but there's JG trying to go after the Grimstroke. They'll get Playhard. The roll in from JG back onto Mosen, and now the Phoenix is here. So with that silence, they will get one.
Has been killed.
Candy gets a courier.
Oh,
JG hits with the boulder smash, but they will not continue this chase, as GDZ has rotated back in now with the scorched earth. Candy, he wants to keep going, but he'll decide better of it. Back off. It's a good trade out for New Esports.
yeah, they do find a little bit more, a lot of commitment from both sides down mid. Again, around that time when the power runes come up. So the 6-minute mark is here. They camp those runes out. And, you know, the one thing that happens there is you're giving space to Scam and Yamate. Scam is having a better time in terms of farm, although Candy
under attack.
Danger, but Playhard couldn't get the silence off in time. And now an arrow is going to connect on Scam to make matters worse. Of getting a kill here are very low. Playhard still trying to get one by himself with the toss, but now he's surrounded by 3 heroes. The Blood Rite, the Inkswell, all to come in. Playhard should be dead. And will be. Mosen will take the kill, and now Scam trying to help out. Does get arrowed, does Starfall. He does actually kill Candaloon, but he will die in the process. And that is not what you want if you are Neon Esports.
No, definitely not. It's still nice that he gets the kill first, so Candy doesn't get to get more EXP before finding the kill himself. But if you're new, you're happy enough. You've got the 2k lead. It's 5-5. You're clumping up bot. Look at this. Yamate's down here as well, so they're making that move on to tier 1 here at the 7-minute mark. Neon aren't quite in a position to get that done in the top lane, but they do send Scam up. So it's about that time where both teams look to take that safe lane tier 1 on each side, and it doesn't seem like any defense is going to come out for either one just yet.
Do love me some safe lane towels, John.
Dyer's top
gets
tower is
started.
under attack.
Be a bit slower down that bot lane. It's only Yamate there right now. He's not going to be able to force in that tier 1 tower by himself, but he will get some farm off while he's there. Skem is very focused on that tier 1 right now, but there is a Doom actually flying out on play hard. But what a boulder smash! No deny, however. They could have probably got that off, but Skem a bit too focused on going after Candy Loon.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but in New Esports, they take their first Doom kill with DDZ. Not the biggest target, but you'll take the kill. It does slow down Neon's push. They're not stopping though. They've got 4 heroes up top, getting that shove in.
Go, Barry, getting jumped on. JG, magic missile gonna follow through, but they don't have any more follow-up for Barry. So get back towards that tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Skem will get back to it. Still at the bot lane. There is a chase now going on from our Phoenix. John Newell in danger and does go down to Yamate.
Yeah, it's not ideal. They do manage to find a tier 1 top though, so no further defense from New Esports. You still see Yamate's farming up the lane, but again, as you mentioned it, but Lifestealer itself doesn't push fast enough, doesn't compare to a Drow Venge, and in that sense, Neon does come out on top with a tower trade, but they're still playing from behind. A 2k lead for New Esports, 5-7 at the 9-minute mark. And that is, of course, because you're playing against Doom. You know, DDC is just building up his farm slowly. Yamate's been given a free lane. Eventually, that tier 1 bot will fall, and they do catch Barry, though.
They do. JG be able to pick up Barry on the Mirana.
Dire's top tower is under
Pick
attack.
up for him, and now Candy Loon gonna loop around, but obviously will not engage. Will back off. By the way, John, can't believe I haven't asked you this yet.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have breakfast this morning?
Oh yeah. You know, I had some instant noodles as one who needs to go fast does, and well, right before in the break, I had a bit of Bonser. You know, just to kick it up.
Very nice. Thank you for that. What kind of noodles did you have? Did you have those spicy Korean ones for talking?
Yeah, I had those spicy Korean ones. Burned my mouth. I had to add some additional cheese. It's a weird combo. Spicy cheese noodles, but they're fantastic. Really kicks you up, you know? It kicks you awake.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. This DDZ lane. Have the Doom up. Does see play hard. And off play hard. He tried to protect the siege creep. He wanted to save the siege creep. He took the arrow, but it cost him his life, and they don't even have to commit Doom.
And that opens up the push for mid-tier 1. There's a Rupture out as well.
Middle tower is under
Yapaj,
attack.
he should be right. Arrow is gonna connect. What an angle out from this Murano. Now Yamate gonna jump out of his creep onto Yapaj. The Venge is not safe and would or should go down and does. Now the Doom out onto JG, ensuring that they cannot chase down New Esports to punish.
Is under attack.
That is a disastrous set of events there for Neon. All starting from that one arrow.
Yeah, it's not how you want that to go. They're still pumped up though. It looks like they might look for an opportunity. They're going to do some damage in that mid-tier 1 themselves. There is no Doom available. This might be a good chance to actually take that tower out.
Candy, Avalanche, play hard, trying to get started, but does get silenced. Gem, gonna focus down that T1 mid. Arrow, oh, JG rolls into it now, and they're just gonna jump in. JG, he'll be alright. Barry losing quite a bit of HP, and now a great gust out from Skem. He'll turn onto the Doom, but DDZ is gonna just chase him down with that Scorched Earth, but he doesn't have the damage output, so he'll turn back around now, but here comes Yamate. He'll commit the egg, and that'll mean New Esports needs to get the hell out of there. But play hard, he's not done. He does get a 2-man avalanche off, but that's not gonna be enough. It will, however, buy time for Neon to finish off that tier 1 mid tower.
Yeah, they managed to get the objective. They find one nice kill for themselves, so gonna be very, very happy with that. If you're Neon, they still are playing at a bit of a deficit, 3k advantage on the side of New Esports, but you're seeing the limits of this lineup. When they see that egg up in a very good spot, they just can't hit it. They have to run up to it. That was on the ramp in the river. way too far out. They had to pull back. They already committed rupture there as well. So you have to be cautious about that positioning. If the Phoenix gets the egg off in a really good spot, New Esports has no choice but to pull back.
Absolutely. They're going pretty swimmingly right now for New. I mean, apart from that mid-tier 1 tower going down, they still hold the 3 net worth lead. I wouldn't say anything really bad's happening for them as of yet. I'm sure you're still going to be worried about Skep, who is still trying to get his farm up. But overall, everything is just fine.
Yeah, the major power spike here for New Esports is that blink timing on DDZ. So he's about 1,200 gold away, not too far off for Doom. Just farming up in that jungle, and once he's got that, you know, he's set up. He's got the War Stomp from the Centaur creep. They can just go ahead, initiate, and start blowing people up once they've had that.
Smoke up here from New. Line being drawn out. They want to go through the top lane. You don't have that blink yet, but you might not need it. He's got the phase boots, drums, and scorched earth, so he runs really darn quick this turn. Well, they're going to have to try and invade this triangle now of the Radiant side, but JG is going to be there to cut them off, and so will Januel. Looks like they won't actually get onto that high ground, so instead, they'll try to bait with Yamate. Standing right behind him, waiting for the fight to start, and they are going to chase now, but the Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped from New Esports. There's your Infest, they'll turn back around, JG not expecting it. There's your Soulbind with the double doom, and now the Blood Rites to fly in. They'll pop the egg, but it is probably not going to matter as they are absolutely melting on Neon Esports. John Newell trying to get out of there. Play Hard will do the same, but this is just a really, really bad team fight already. Skem will try to turn back around, and they do get Mosen. Candy is dropping low, does go down, but now they lose Play Hard in return. Yup, gonna be slightly cautious here. Skem hitting very, very hard. DZ will TP out. Amate, he is very, very low right now on HP. He goes back to the bounty, but they are not in position. And it is still a positive trade out for New Esports. The funny thing being, though, they didn't need to lose those 2 heroes. They could have actually backed off.
Yeah, they dive a bit deep for more, and they lose more across the map. What?
What's Barry doing there?
I wish I knew. He's in a very awkward position. He dies a death that New didn't have to have again. So these small mistakes, evening it out just a bit for Neon. Still, you've got that lead on New Esports side. You can see the effect of that double doom. It's just terrifying. It scares the heck out of you when it's up. They are making plays on the Roche though.
They are, but they're going to rush in. They spotted out Candyman with a great ward.
We hardly knew.
Now they know the wards are there, but you've lost Candy Loon. He might have to buy back to defend this Roshan. JG gonna roll back up. They still haven't got the D-ward off time. Now they do, but the Magnetize has been activated. Yamate will jump in to try and help out, but you've already lost Mosen. DDZ, he doesn't have the Doom either, so you can't get the double Doom off right now, and they'll lose another one.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
New Esports, they're throwing their lead away like this.
They're just giving Neon a way back to take the lead. They still have the 4K lead on New Esports side, but that's really just the Doom effect for the most part, and Yamate's excellent farm. Beyond that, Candyland has tapered off, and your sports are not finding as much as you want. There's that first Roche cleaned up for Neon. New Esports have to stop trickling in one by one. They need to play as a team. That's how they've been winning these fights. Just play together when you've got your spells, and you can make something happen.
They are well and truly online now. Neon. Gapage. He went for that standard venge build. He just bought the pipe. Just being around with the auras is just making Skem hit like such a truck.
Oh yeah, and
wonder now what New Esports game plan is. Like they can't fight without that double doom.
No, they're limited by that spell use. They don't have hard-hitting items yet. Yamate does have the halberd, which is nice, but he needs that abyssal. He needs a way to gap close onto Skem. Every single time he pops the gust because Yamate is forced to rage early in the fights. The cooldown is hurting him. It's not a very good cooldown for the duration. It's a lot of downtime. And he's just controlled way too easily. So New Esports got to find a way to counteract that, along with playing
Yamate,
perfectly
no.
with the Doom.
He's running into them. He has help coming out here from Mosen and Barry, but Skem is going to continue, and JG is going to roll in with the silence, but misses the boulder smash. Yamate will be all right to walk out. Be a big line drawn up towards that top lane where they spotted out Play Hard. Like he should be just fine to make his way back towards his base, however.
Yeah, and this is New Esports with the blink on DDZ. I think at some point they're going to want to reveal that item. Now, we talked about this being one of their power spikes. They need to make use of it. Jump in, get the stomp off, get the double doom. Get your targets right. Every single time they get the soul bind, it's been consistently JG along with your Paj. These are not the heroes you want. You want to catch in Skem, and you do want to catch in John Well. You cannot allow the Phoenix Egg to drop. It has been detrimental to New Esports fighting style. They just can't deal with it yet.
Tower is under attack.
Skem will get started on that T1 bottom tower.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's very hard to stop this bottom tower from going down. Best they could ask for is for a deny, and they're not going to be able to get that deny either. DDZ, however, does have the blink. They want to get maximum value from that Doom, so he doesn't bother making the jump. And with that, Neon, it's not like they don't know they're around there. They're going to back off. Back to farming. Skem, he's just going to keep freely hitting creeps. I don't think this is a great...
They are ahead in terms of momentum for sure. As this game scales on, the Phoenix Egg will just continue to be a botter. You can see DDZ is going to try to mitigate that. He's going for the BKB next on the Doom, so he doesn't have to worry about the magic damage on the Tiny, the slows and magic damage from Phoenix. And they can maybe focus down the Egg with at least one hero plus their range supports. They still need to maximize some spells. We've been sitting with Doom up and running, ready to go for a while. And they just need to commit. They need to get at least a Doom kill, go back and farm up, because every single time you're not using it, you're missing out on opportunities.
Absolutely. Might just wait out that BKB timing on DDZ before they want to go again. That seems to be what they're waiting on. Play Hard actually got spotted by that Observer Ward. They know he's around and they jump in, dodging out that avalanche. DDZ getting in there with style. But Play Hard's going to make a run, and DDZ, he has run north instead of going south, and he will get laughed at by Play Hard.
Oh man, Play Hard loves that when he spams it every single time. And at some point it gets to you still. You can see just Lon and Duno now. They're taking over, Mike. They're still in a good mood here, and you know, just a bit of a back and forth, but I still want to see them do something here. They're relaxed and farming up. You're letting the Drow actually hit its timings. You're letting the Venge actually build up, though. There's that BKB. Maybe it's time for another smoke.
I'd say so. Just wait for the courier to come out. Mosen's holding the smoke, ready to go. Best out. There we'll go. Off to the mid lane it is, where Play Hard is around. They seem to be somewhat aware that they might be smoking. And, well, they jump in onto Play Hard. Do they want to re-engage? JG does roll in. He does get the silences off and pops the Magnetize. Now with the buyback out from Play Hard, but JG's gone. Holy moly! Very, very messy with an initiation out from Neon Esports, and they lose two heroes and have to buy back on Play Hard.
Yeah, a bit strange to buy back that fast in the Tiny. They might want to look for some punishment coming out here. There is still a Doom. With Neon, they do smoke up. They're one man down.
Well, they just committed a buyback, John. They're going to make something out of this. It's a desperate smoke from Neon Esports for sure. I don't think there's any need for them to panic like this by wasting that buyback. They could probably just sit back and keep doing what they're doing. But they're going to try and get something out of it, and they're going to run into Yamate. Now, that would be a great target if they could get it. He is going for that 25-minute rune, and well, they'll get the swap back, and well, suddenly, John, that buyback is worth.
Oh, man. Small play like that, just a bit greedy, not having the information, not knowing there's a smoke out. Gets punished.
TNC Predators turn to ban. Fnatic's turn to ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Fnatic's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to pick. Fnatic's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Fnatic's turn to pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our next series of the day, and it'll be between Fnatic and TNC Predator. And it's MLP Dota and John X Firecasting. John, welcome back, sir. Brand new series for us, and I apologize, I was slightly late. I realized the draft has begun, but how you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, this one is going to be an exciting one. TNC up against Fnatic. And TNC, they've been on the up and up. You know, they won ESL 1 Thailand. They looked amazing. Their first few games have looked spectacular as well. Fnatic recently, the same story. It feels like a very different team post shakeup, post roster swaps, and they're gonna have to show up here. You know, this is the classic matchup. Excuse me, in Southeast Asia. I don't think it's going to be as close as it was before. It just feels like Fnatic needs to find something happening here. But we've got that draft in hand. You mentioned it. I want to point out, first ban, Mike. You see that Bloodseeker? That's going to be this, you know, that's eventually going to be it. You know, you first phase ban Bloodseeker. It's been popular. A lot of teams have been picking it up. Nice to see that. You know, it's great that this new hero is in. You know, so it opens up a slot for people to pick in. Fnatic, they start with the Phoenix Morph. Not a natural combo for the Phoenix, but Morphling's still a strong one. You don't have you don't have 23 Savage playing that, but you do have Raven, of course. We'll look to him to maybe play that as well as he can, or if they flex it for Moon. TNC for their part, Tiny Doom combo. Nothing too surprising. We've seen a lot of Tiny, we've seen a lot of Doom. This could open up the path towards a Grimstroke for their pickup in the second phase. If it's not banned out here by Fnatic, gotta be wary of that double Doom. It can do wonders.
We can.
Remaining.
Well, this draft is going very fast. We're up to the last bans now for the second phase before we can see some more picks coming up. It's like TNC Predator actually focusing in on the position 5 pickups here for Fnatic's end of things. Getting rid of the Treant and the Oracle so far. One more for him. TNC, I mean, you mentioned it, John, but they have been looking pretty darn decent so far, getting 1-2-0 victory and 1 draw. Fnatic yet to get even a draw out lose for them all across the board so far. And unfortunately, the hardest map they've had thus far in the group stages to make matters worse. So what they can bring out.
5 seconds.
Saw the quad ban from TNC. Fnatic now, they'll get rid of the Slark. Is quite fair because Gabby did play a very mean Slark the other day.
Yeah, and it works well against Morphling. You start getting the stats in, right? As you shift on strength, you're giving more opportunities for the Slark to build up, so you don't want that to happen. You take it away. That does leave the Grimstroke on hand, though. You got the Tiny Grimstroke alone is already pretty darn nice. You've got the double Doom that can come in. I think it's a pretty good look for TNC if they want to pick that hero up. They've got a lot of space for it on their lineup.
They certainly do. Fnatic. Think about this.
TNC Predators turn.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
The Undying pops out. Now, this is a hero that's been... It has been coming out here and there. Now, this is the first showing of it throughout the BTS Pro Series so far throughout these group stages. I feel like this hero is making a comeback. Slowly but surely, it's getting there, but I know you're the Undying player. What do you believe?
I think it's still very situational. It can be lane dominant. It depends on the matchup. In this situation, I think Fnatic's just going for that double combo. Tombstone plus Egg. You already see the Doom and Tiny. That's 2 melee heroes already. TNC has to be cautious about their next pickups. They need something that hits fast. You cannot ignore the Tombstone. You cannot ignore the Egg. Both of these have to be taken out. And Undying can heal up that Tombstone a lot. Gilon. So that's exactly what Fnatic wants to do. We've seen Phoenix Undying work out as last picks fantastically. TNC though, you know, it's already up there. They get to pick up the NP. That is one way to get some right click going. Decent push coming out. But more importantly, you've got a hitter that can stand back, clear out those tombstones, clear out the eggs, and kind of free up that space once more for your team.
Fnatic.
5 seconds remaining.
Their fourth pickup now. Of course, we did see the Nature's coming out for TNT Predator. Fnatic, they'll have a bit more of a think about this fourth pickup now. Very dangerous draft from TNC already with that the roaming Tiny and the Nature's Prophet that can just be all across the map at any point in time. What are they going to combo with this Morphling? What are you really going for here? The Morphling itself as a hero just doesn't seem that potent anymore. Especially when you put it up against heroes like the Doom, where he can just chuck out Doom and suddenly you can't do anything. They'll go for the Pangolier.
It's not quite the combo you're looking for with a Morphling. It does give them some more team fight coming out here. Wave clear as well with Swashbuckle. I would have actually liked to see a Sand King. I really don't like the hero right now, but I think we've seen the effect, right? Morphling with Sand King, you build the Ags, double Burrow Strike is game changing. It's just a lot of control. Tie that in with a Phoenix Undying. That might be a bit too much to deal with, but with the Pango, you know, it's a bit of a safer bet. You see a lot more Pango nowadays than the Sand King for good reason. TNC though, there's that Grimstroke, double Doom in play, all the control, some decent wave clear, another ranged hero that perhaps stands back as well. And if the game goes long enough, you know, we've seen Grimstrokes go for the Ags and go for the Sight of Vice. So double Hex is potentially there if the game goes late. Double Ink Portrait as well, and that's the big one. A Morphling Illusion fighting against Fnatic would hurt a ton.
It absolutely would. See, Predator, they'll go into their final ban stage now. Again, a very, very strong draft from them. So by the way this game is going, they are just lacking that position 1 pick for Gabby. Unless he was going to do something like the POS 1 Prophet, but it's doubtful. Probably just throw that in the off lane or the mid lane and juggle between the Prophet and the Doom between those top and mid lanes. Gabby, what's he going to play as the POS 1 here? You've still got the Sven, which is something we haven't seen at all over the group stages so far, and I don't understand why. It just seems so powerful right now.
It's been left behind. Yeah, it's been left behind. It showed up a lot in ESL 1, of course, and a lot of those games during those weeks, but in this case, I'm not entirely sold on this Sven. I think you run the risk of being disarm controlled by the Pango. An additional melee core could be detrimental still. I mean, NP's nice, but you need some help to clear out the Phoenix Egg and the Undying Tombstone still. It's a bit tricky to call it out here for that pause one. I think they're stuck in an interesting spot. You can't go for something like the TB. You don't have enough HP. Undying's going to punish that. Drow would really not fit in. You don't have the Venge to play with in this case. You don't see Luna for a good reason. Limited pool. Maybe, you know, maybe it could be the Sven. I think the strength is great. Like, Undying will sap away though. Remember how God Strength works? It does double your strength up. You're not doubling much when you're reduced by a big amount, if that Undying does get to stack the decays up, so there's a bit of a risk in that for TNC if they do go there. I think Fnatic's kind of covered their bases in that sense, so it's going to be a tricky last pick for TNC.
Certainly will. Last ban out though, Fnatic.
Remaining.
One more to go. Already good at getting rid of that PL. The reserve time ticked down for a bit. They've still got plenty of it.
They've got a pretty open pick for mid. If it's not going to be the morph mid for Moon, which it doesn't look like it would be, but they could still flex it. I
mean, you've surely got to choose something else here for Moon.
Yeah.
You can't. I don't think morph mid's gonna.
No, it doesn't fit his playstyle, right? The Moon is much more active. He's a bit more sacrificial as a mid, which is perfect for a player like Raven. He gets a lot more space. So you want something that doesn't take too much farm. The Spirit Brothers have been left untouched, so that's something you could take up here. Any of them will do fine. You don't have the best hold from TNC. You do have the Doom, but that is a big spell that you'd rather blow in the Morphling along with that Soulbind. So it's going to be a tricky choice for TNC if it is something slippery, but we'll have to see. They do have last pick, Fnatic. TNC's going to have to go first.
20 seconds, TNC.
Fnatic's turn to pick. Templar
We'll go
Assassin.
for the TA pickup. Okay. So perhaps a position 1 profit then for Gabby. Unless they're going to run the safe lane TA, which I guess it wouldn't surprise me too much because we have seen a bit of that. But more than likely, it'll probably be the safe lane profits
remaining.
Yeah, it's looking that way, and I actually don't mind that too much. Gabby Prophet's going to be a bit more active. It ties in with the timings and the tempo you want to play with the Doom. The TA gets more space, so Armel gets to shine on it a little bit more as he gets much more exclusive use of the jungle because the NP can just jump around the lanes. So it ties in nicely here for TNC. Gives them some pretty good momentum. It does reach into the Phoenix and the Tombstone from the Undying as well pretty nicely. So they've got the range cores to deal with that. They haven't trapped themselves in a melee core nightmare up against those toolkits Fnatic has. And Fnatic, they don't have the best ways to burn through the TA. There's the Phoenix. Sunray can do some work towards the refraction, but early on, it should be decent enough here for Armel to play around with the TA. They're going to have to tidy up this draft with that last pick and Underlord.
Okay. So what's going on here now? We've got a mid Pango and an offlane Underlord Raven on the Morphling. Fair enough. TNC, what are they up to? Where's this TA going? Armel will take it. So it's a mid TA. Gabby on the position 1 Doom.
Ooh.
And it'll be the offlane KB Prophet.
Yeah, that's an interesting shakeup for TNC. Of course, a safe Doom does mean you do get a little bit more farm faster. You might see a Greed play into Midas. So Midas Devourer play, we've seen that before. Not sure if TNC wants to slow their pace down like that. Fnatic, for their part, the Pango mid up against the TA, I feel like we've seen that somewhere else in a different tournament, but it can be messy depending. Like, once you've got Swashbuckle and the Disarm, yeah, it can be nice, but the cooldown in Swash is pretty long in the early levels. Armel, once he invests in, say, 2 levels of refraction, 1 in the side blade, so level 3 mark, should be a decent time for him. He can just farm up, go into the jungle as well, keep farming there. Moon's gonna have his work cut out for him. Now, the Pango doesn't take too much farm though. So this fits Moon's playstyle of being a bit more sacrificial, being a bit more active on the map. And it's going to be able to give a Raven all the space he wants in Morph. And even DJ, right? The Underlord does need some farm to build into an Aura Menace. So Moon on this Pango is going to be able to sacrifice his own space for that. And that's going to be key for Fnatic. Like, it's a very different playstyle from their old lineup. But it does look like they're starting to bridge the gaps there. It looks like they're starting to figure out some answers for themselves.
Certainly so. See how this one pans out, though. It is a pretty unique draft from TNC. I'm not really sure how to feel about that Gabby Doom. Obviously, we know Gabby's probably going to be able to farm very well on this Doom, but after that stage, can he a safe lane carry? Or are they just solely going to rely on Armel to be able to just allow them to finish the game through that mid-game stage? Find out. If they can, that is. Of course, Fnatic are intending to try and win the game themselves here.
Oh, yeah.
See if they can get the job done.
Yeah, it would be their first win as well. You know, it's been a rocky road. And, you know, there have been rumblings about the roster. There have been rumblings about how the shakeups been. You know, I believe that I was reading about a back and forth between Thai fans and Filipino fans. Like, calm down a bit. No need to fight. You know, we're all still friends at the end of the day. It's just
it's a trap.
You know, it does happen in teams, and swap outs happen. Sometimes they're not as clean as you'd want them to be.
Some things take time, John. Can't just you can't claim something's bad, you know, 2 days in. You got to wait a bit longer than that. See how it all does pan out for him. Still, game number 1. The odds are apparently in TNC's favor, according to Luke Bet, which I would agree with.
To battle.
Yeah, I mean, they've had more steady performances. You know, they haven't really changed the roster. They're in a pretty good pad. It's been consistent performance for them. The pressure's on Fnatic to prove something, and we'll see what exactly they get done.
Bit of friendly or chat going on.
Wait, what is that? Oh no, I missed the top one. Haha, shit. Someone's a bit braggy, you know, someone got called out still. Just gonna go for those bounties safely. No major exchanges there. This is gonna be an interesting dual lane, Mike. Underlord Undying is, on paper, pretty darn fun. They're tanky heroes. They can hold their own. The issue is they both need XP, so you don't want to starve either one out. And AU is going to have to, well, give some space to DJ as much as possible. You don't tend to enjoy that as the Undying, but you do take less priority there. We'll see how he levels up, though. It does have the Decay level 1. Whether or not he goes for the Soul Rip or Tombstone dictates how they'll want to play this. Up against March and Gabby. Gabby is actually not that tanky here. It has to be very careful.
Does. It's a lot of damage that DJ just pumped out onto that firm. The issue is, again, with Doom, you have a very, very low armor. Even with that Ring of Protection and being by the tier 1 side, DJ can still hit like a truck. Of course, the Firestorm is not going to make it any easier for Gabby. Still, have a look at the other lanes. You have that mid lane where you'll see Moon up against Armel. So far, it is favoring Armel quite heavily as Moon's got more CX, but look at the harassment that Armel is dishing out.
Ooh, that's not a pretty sight. And he does have the disarm, but look at that cooldown, 20 seconds. Look at Armel. Ooh, man. Nah, not a good spot.
Armel's going to look for a side blades, but it will not reach this time. So that's something Moon's going to have to put up with for quite a while throughout this lane, as Armel is going to be looking for angles every chance he can get.
Oh yeah, and you know, he's at the level 3 mark. This is the point where the TA can really flex that. He gets the level 2 refraction, the damage shoots up, more instances to cop some hits. Moon's got his work cut out for him. We're going to see if the supports will get time to help him out if they want that. And speaking of those supports down bot, you've got Zephyr along with Raven and a toss out. Zephyr?
It's going to be okay. 25 HP survives up. Raven obviously not able to help him at all on the Morphling right now if he was in danger, and luckily for him he did have the Icarus dive away, but it's a scary lane here for Fnatic, even down at the spot lane, right? Because you've got this Prophet who hits like a truck, and you've got Tims who can easily put you out of position as he's trying to right now. Doesn't have the mana pool for both the Avalanche and the toss onto Zephyr. But they have so much kill potential here with these two heroes.
Oh yeah, it's a difficult one to stand up against. You know, KP's just gonna come in with a right click. He's got the Blightstone. You don't have much armor on the Phoenix. Zephyr has not been trading well. He's all out of regen on that. Be very cautious about his positioning and his spell use. Doesn't want to drop too low. And Raven, for his part, is finding some last hits. It's not as clean as he'd want. 12-2. KP slightly ahead, 15-5. Not bad news overall for the Morphling, but you don't want to be that far. You don't want to start pulling behind, so you've got to keep up here in this lane.
Certainly. Back over to that mid lane. Moon's already gone through 2 salve usages. Is back down to the same HP pool. Every time I look at him, he's down very, very low. Like I said, John, he's had 2 salves already shipped out to him. It's a lot of gold being used up on regen. Luckily for him, he does have the bottle now coming out, but it is going to be so important for the side of Fnatic to ensure that they secure those power runes at 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's gonna be key. You're gonna give Armel a snowballed start. If he does get access to one, gets a nice kill for himself. It's been a rather safe laning phase as well. No first blood coming out yet. You did see Tims intercept Zephyr's courier. So Zephyr, who said he had no regen a while ago, he's not gonna have tangos shipped up even. He is just on the edge at spot lane.
He is. Top lane, they are still trying to apply a lot of pressure onto Gabby on that Doom. By the way, John, that power rune at 4 minutes did not go to Moon. It was a regen rune. He would have loved it, but there was no rotation from the supports of Fnatic, and they just kind of left him to try to get it by himself.
Yeah, it's
Arch just walked in and took it himself.
Not a great sign. You need that if you're the Pango now at mid, and this is one of the things that happens when you do have this Undying and Underlord lane. Like, they want to max it out as much as possible. They want to get the EXP. Undying doesn't enjoy leaving lane. You know, he wants to play with 2 versus 2, 2 versus 3. But when he comes in for a 2 versus 1, he doesn't have that much impact, and he's not getting EXP. So you're just not finding the opportunities, and Fnatic holding on. You know, it's not like there are massive losses here, but momentum you expect with an Undying pickup on the off lane, it's not coming out yet.
Oh. Moon back at it up against Armel, but Armel is really starting to take over this this mid lane matchup. Last hits ahead of the Pango. Continues with these side blades. Very, very tough time for our Pangolier. In fact, look at the damage out.
Oof.
Moon, 100 HP again. He has a couple bottle charges left, and there is a bounty rune for him to take. Top lane, however, DJ getting very, very low, and it looks like he might just drop. Gabby is able to get the first blood, and even AU trying to get some more decays off, but he's been stunned up, and he is more than likely just dead here. Soulbind doesn't connect, however. It does pop a mango. Tries to go for another decay, but couldn't quite get it off in time.
That's not good news. This is a dual lane that's supposed to be scary. Underlord, Undying, 2 tanky heroes. The case tax can pile on. You lose both heroes to a Doom and to a Grimstroke. That's just not how this is supposed to start. You look at AO's build-up as well. He does go for 2 decay, 1 soul rip. I think in this case, if you're not playing aggressive, you might have opted for the soul rip to at least sustain your core, at least sustain yourself for even a 1-1-1 build, so you'd at least have area denial. But with this toolkit, they've got to find a way to make this work, and AU, he's just gonna walk around the map a bit for now.
Well, AU was forced to TP mid, John, because Armel got a DD route at the 6-minute mark and just started chasing down Moon. Fnatic, they're not focusing on these power runes. They're letting Armel have every single one, and he's destroying the lane because of it.
Oh man, AU. He's
tombstone.
forced. It's such a long. It's 85 seconds. Level 1. It's just standing there, and he's gonna shove this lane a bit as well for Moon when the creep's in range. Not ideal, but you drop what you have to drop. It's Fnatic at TNC now. 2k lead, 0-2. Very slow early game benefits them. They're the ones with the TA. They're the ones with the NP. Armel now has free reign over the jungle, and you're not in a position to drop wards to contest this.
He was trying to get in range and done. KP. Threatening to TP, but does cancel. The 3 heroes up top lane, they do have the level 6 available on Moon. What do they do with it? They can try for March, he'll go for an immediate Inkspell and Silence. Looks like their only option is to try and set up for that tier 1 top tower. They don't have a siege creep, however.
It's not the fastest push as well. Underlord doesn't exactly...
Gabby just walks in for a doom.
What?
I mean, easy kill out for Gabby.
How? How did
I understand though why Moon's there. He's level 6. He wants to go for a fight, but you just don't have the heroes for it.
I mean, he's so far forward in those camps, but his 2 other heroes are on the opposite side of that lane. By the hard camp instead, they can't back him up. Just strange decisions. They gotta tighten up that communication. That's the first Doom kill for Gabby. A 3k lead already. He's already got his drums, Mike. At 8 minutes and 8:40 in, he's also has his phase boots. He's building into the blink. Once that blink is up, you can expect Gabby to start setting his eyes on Raven and start pulling up.
Raven's gonna even join in up at top lane now.
Dire's top tower.
3k net worth lead to TNC, but they probably won't take this team fight without the Doom available on Gabby. Of course, they'll start setting up for the bottom tier 1 tower to be taken from TNC's end of things.
Bottom tower is under attack.
See, KP, he's basically already through it. He's just doing it by himself.
Are fortified.
It is not very hard for him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And Armel this whole time has been focusing on just getting his farm up.
Radiant's bottom
And he's going to have a very well-timed Desolator at this rate. Not going to take too long at all.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super quick. Again, they have not kept track of his jungle. They had 1 ward in the top jungle. They didn't really make anything happen, and that's one of the issues here. Undying as a rotation hero, not amazing. With a Phoenix as well, that combination just, it lacks a lot of control to hammer in these kills, so you just can't punish. And Armel's Desolator time is going to be amazing. The blink timing for Gabby, look at that. He suddenly has 1.2k in his bank. That means he's about 1k off from the blink. It's a big spike for TNC when that's up.
Tim just does go down at the bot lane, trying to push out that wave, but Moon and Zephyr are going to take care of him on the Tiny. That'll get them the first kill of the game for Fnatic. Little pickup. Still doesn't really solve the issues they're having. You've got these 2 cores on TNC that are farming way too well, and there is no real chance to slow them down. You can try to play the farm game, John, but it's TA and Doom you're up against. You're probably not going to win the farming game.
No, not at least a long time. Like at some point, the investment in Raven might pay off, but we're talking way down the line up top.
Yeah, DJ, he just melts. The Nature's Wrath flying KP from the bot lane, and just such an easy kill to get. And that's going to extend the net worth lead now to 4k. They just continue to farm. There's nothing else for TNC to do right now.
And there's no pressure on them. It's on Fnatic that have to play a bit fast without their Morphling. Like 4, protect 1 has to be the playstyle here. They do TP bot, but they lost Zephyr.
Oh, Gabby just going for a solo pickoff now. Something you see too often in a pro game, but he just feels confident. He just rushed the Phoenix. And he's about 100 gold off the Blink Dagger now. So once you've got that up, he's already got the stun. And that's going to be timed perfectly with the Desolator, which is already coming out for Armel.
Oh, that's terrifying. These item timings lining up perfectly. You're also going to have KP's Orchid and maybe about 1,000 gold. And once that's up, all the control, all the damage you could ask for. Fnatic, for their part, they're looking for a pipe on DJ. That's gonna help some damage, but you're talking about physical coming out now. You know, it's not magic that you've got to be worried about.
Baiting for his team. Roll in from Moon, but the Soulbind gonna be out from March, holding them down. Now the Nature's Wrath gonna fly through. They might take this team fight, TNC. They are huddling. They don't have the Doom up though. But the Blink is now able to be bought by Gabby. If he can get it in time, he can initiate for his team. Just on the way in the courier, but Fnatic, they're going to try and press the advantage while they can. They'll go for the Firestorm onto Tims, but he'll turn around with an Avalanche. Still, Tims will go down. Now Armel onto Moon, and look at the damage. Oh, Moon could not survive it. He'd already committed the swashbuckle at the time. That's not a worthwhile trade at all. Not for Fnatic, it isn't.
No, I mean, you trade away your mid-pango for the support Tiny, and you fed the Tombstone. That's 175 gold on top of that. Going the way of KP, your mid-push doesn't work out, and Fnatic, it's back to the drawing board. They do have some good farm coming out on Raven, but there's that smoke. TNC, it's time to reveal that blink.
Only that, John, the Orchid now on KP coming out. They could even rush the Roshan pit if they wanted. Pop the drums and go after DJ in that mid lane. And poor old DJ is just alone. No help to come in. No chance for him to get the Dark Rift off. And they are going to go Moon. Moon goes in for the Orchid. That is a very messy initiation. And now the Doom is there. They'll commit the egg trying to protect Moon. Tims is going to go after it. Can they burst it down in time? They can. And now the toss in onto AU. Gabby controlling up the Undying. Another TP in, and it is just complete domination.
Oh no, this is tumbling apart, Mike. It's crumbling down. The cookie's gone. Cookie's it's stale, it's crumbly, it's tasting good for Fnatic, and all their eggs are in one basket. Raven is their hope. He's farming, well, I can't even say he's farming fantastic, Mike. He's at 5.6k, KP's at 7.1. All three heroes on TNC's cores are even in net worth. Really good distribution. 8k lead, 2 to 10. What Fnatic need to do now, they've kind of, their early game is shot. Like, you have to accept that AU, his impact as the Undying, it's not going to be amazing. He actually skips the Flesh Golem too to level up Tombstone, which I don't mind, but Flesh Golem, with how it's been reworked, you kind of want to just stand there in that form to amp up the damage, you know, to provide more presence. It's a tough situation. You know, you've got these items flying up for TNC. There's a blink on Tims on top of everything else. So now this Tiny can just start these fights. Fnatic, play it slower. You don't want to force these big fights. They are running into jungle. They might find one.
Yeah, I mean, they try to get Gabby. Doesn't look they are, though. He's just gonna walk away. No blink even being expended. Now Fnatic, they're gonna set up with that top tier 2, but March is gonna be out to defend with that Stroke of Fate. TNC, they might force another team fight soon, just judging by the way this game's going. I mean, they don't need to, but they've got a blink coming out on Armel.
Yeah.
So
it's all there. Like the blink on Armel, the Tiny blink. They've got Doom up in 20 seconds, Mike. That's the window for Fnatic to maybe get something done. Without Doom up, Gabby doesn't have as much contribution, but it's going to be up now.
Initiation in from Tims, and that is Zephyr gone. Now Orchid going to be out onto KP. They have caught out Moon, and Gabby doesn't even want to waste the Doom on this, I don't believe. He just wants to kill for free, but Moon is going to try for the rolling no. He'll turn around onto KP instead, and they will get the Nature's Prophet. So it is a very nice trade for Fnatic. TNC, they do not want to continue.
It's a disciplined retreat for TNC. Fnatic, very happy with that trade. Big kill to pick up. If they can keep finding trades like that, that's one way to bounce back. That gives DJ his pipe. So there's some more durability here coming out for Fnatic. They can kind of weather that storm there.
That's a big kill on Raven. If they can get it, he was trying to just farm up, but he's going to go down. And they just continue to laugh at them. AU hanging around, trying to get some D wards out. That is not the time.
No. Why? Your core just died mid. You don't walk in that area. You're punished for that movement. And TNC, they can just take control. They've got the map as they want it. They can make some progress on the objectives. 3-13, 9k lead, 17 minutes in. We do have Moon at least shoving in the top lane a bit, but he can't really transition that to objectives, and Gabby just gets some free gold from it. So, I mean, all their hope is on Raven. He gets picked off like that. Not a great sign, but they're clumping up. It looks like they might want to make a play. They've got the egg around. And maybe go for some.
Thunder gonna be out.
He's under attack.
Connect on Tims. Tims does have the blink up, but won't be able to get it off in time. They'll commit the soul bind on Moon, but he'll be alright. But Tims is not dying. They don't have the damage. He'll turn around with an avalanche toss onto Moon, throwing it into Gabby. Tims still alive. Pops the wand charges now. Making a run for it. Earn charge is still going and does eventually get the kill, but now they'll jump in after this Pangolier. Moon's in trouble. Gabby right on top, and Armel, he'll have the damage on the TA. They'll take the tombstone, and they might even take AU's life while they're at it. They're just taking everything.
Oh no.
That make it a Roshan, I believe. Just why not?
And nothing to stop it. Like, the egg is still up there from Fnatic, sure, but they're not in position to fight. No, they're going for Zephyr.
Armel could probably solo the Rosh right now, I'm not gonna lie, John. Zephyr's gonna take the death for himself, and yeah, Armel's just soloing Roshan.
Oh no, it's 18 minutes in. TA solo Roche got the damage, no mana though, so gonna have to dip in and out a bit. Got his team to back him up now, so Roche not gonna be up for long. Unfortunately for Fnatic, respawns aren't too long. They've got the S and Y on Raiden, so our Morphling has a bit more presence. Shotgun next. Gonna be a while until that's up. I'm gonna have to deal with these 2 lives on TNC.
Blink also up on Moon now, so you have the potential to get that double stun off immediately. However, there is a toss out. AU gonna go down. Now DJ caught out in the mid lane. Just TNC, they're just snowballing over him, John. It's not even close.
No, it's really not. 4-18, 12k lead. TNC. Every single thing you could ask for online for them. Fnatic? Oh no. Tims.
Yes, Tims, another great avalanche toss with the Orchid in from KP. That's your Phoenix gone, and now the Soul Mine holds them down. They're trying to kill Tims. They're buying back. They'll go for the team fight, but the rest of TNC are already out of there. Tims the only one to fall. See, they're going to be more than happy with that.
Yeah, they forced the buyback out from the Phoenix as well. So Zephyr was forced to come in. Can't really contribute anymore. The push is stopped. But TNC 13k ahead. Look at that. They've got a blink up on March. They've got BKBs on Armel, on Gabby. I don't know how you can hope to stop these guys now. The team fight has to be perfect from Fnatic, or they have to keep playing the pick-off game. Hope that TNC starts to split up.
Radiant are scanning.
You know what that means? KP's the only one without a blink now on the next profit. KP's gonna buy a blink. We're gonna have a 5 blink kind of draft going on.
Oh no.
EJ?
If only.
EJ pump faking the Pit of Malice. Move into that mid lane. Dangerous for him. He knows they're around there somewhere. No, not gonna do anything too risky to waste that Aegis. He'll wait for the right moment. Does eventually just blink away. Fnatic are not gonna do anything. They're just gonna hold that high ground.
TNC's gonna have Doom up in 15. Might be waiting for that to be up, just looking for someone to jump. They're just applying that pressure mid, although there's a rotation top.
Yeah, but Tim saw it. Tim saw it. There's just nothing that can be done. They're both gonna walk out of there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Armel will take the bottom tier 2 tower, and this is just becoming a really sloppy play now.
Speaking of sloppy, Mike, you look at that triangle. There's a philosopher's stone just on the deck. Why?
Nobody
Radiant's
wants
bottom tower is under attack.
Pinging it out? March is the one pinging it out. What? Fnatic? What are you... No, there's no excuse for this. AU, pick it up. No. What's happening?
Is it not theirs?
I think it is. It's in their jungle.
No, it is theirs because March already has one. Yeah,
So
March is gonna go pick it up. March is like, hey, that's free. That's a free talent.
No.
Oh, look at that, free gold on the floor. I'll take it.
Fnatic. No.
Radiant's
No.
courier has
That's
been
not
killed.
down to team composition. That's not down to
Radiant's
gelling,
top
Mike. That
tower
is just...
under attack.
AU was right beside it.
Radiant's top tower. has fallen.
Sometimes you miss out on things, John. Sometimes the game gets a bit too hectic.
Whew.
There's a lot of
at
pressure
this.
right now for Fnatic. I think we can forgive them for getting an item on the floor right
Dire's
now.
middle tower
Yeah.
is under
And
attack.
Gabby's been patient. He's been sitting around at mid lane looking for a blink opportunity. Right in between all of them. But doesn't have his team for backup. They're encircling slowly, but Fnatic, they're just holding the high ground still.
Jay, stand his ground, get Malice out with Moon rolling in. It's a decent initiation, but there's just Soulbind still gabbing. He's dropping low. He'll get the Doom out onto 2 heroes, and now the dive from Zephyr. He drops the Ed. Do they have the sustain? Do they have the damage? DJ, he's going to rip down of there. The Ed is going to go down, and they will at least get back
Radiant's
home.
courier has been killed.
AU even buying back on the Undying. Gonna make it a 17k net worth lead for TNC.
You're not even too upset that you dropped Gabby. He dropped the Doom before dying. They committed everything they had to take the Doom out. Just clean up that tier 2. With a massive lead. Tier 2 gone. 1 outer tower left for Fnatic. Aegis does expire. So that's one boon for Fnatic. They hold out long enough that they don't have to deal with 2 lives here. If they do find a pickup on Armel, that could be a big game changer. If they can catch him out.
Dota Plus saying, not actually too bad. Fnatic had a pretty big lead at the start of the game, according to the win probability, but in fact, their draft had a really big lead at the start of the game. So it looks like Dota Plus believes the draft was really good, but
Radiant's top tower is
the
under attack.
execution just hasn't worked out yet.
I can't believe you paid for it, Mike.
Well, neither can I, John.
Look at that. Top tier 2, Armel takes it out by himself. TA, just an absolute beast, but there is a smoke here. Fnatic, can he catch someone out?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not really. They're trying to go for the boundary rune timer, but it's past 25 minutes. KP gets away for free. They do scan him out, and with that, they may be able to get in there. No, they're not. KP gonna be able to farm freely. They are not gonna try and invade and punish.
Nah, they do at least get the assembly on Raven, so he's got the E-Blade up. He can go for some shotgun plays. That might be enough if you catch someone by surprise. You could nuke someone down. So you've got to be quick though, because those BKBs can kind of put a damper in that. You have to be on point with how you jump in here if you are Fnatic.
Apart from Raven, DJ seems to be doing okay in farm on the Underlord. You do have some decent high ground defense, right? You've got the Maelstrom on Moon, you've got the Firestorm, but you're about to lose Zephyr.
Cannot protect itself. That's why.
Armel having his BKB up now, going for a butterfly next.
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
He's
hard to
leading
contend
people,
with
John.
that. That he is. You talked about the high ground. It is nice, but I don't think it's in a very good state just yet. You're gonna need the egg to really
no.
fight him.
He's there by himself. He could die doing this. I don't know if they feel confident to take the fight. It's just how comfortable TNC are right now. They just feel like they can walk anywhere by themselves and not get punished whatsoever.
Yeah, they aren't. That's the thing. Fnatic aren't punishing. So they can get away. They've just got that leverage. This time stalling out. Look at that lead. It's grown to 23k for TNC. Gabby's build up on the Doom. Shiva's guard just about done. Being shipped in. Gets assembled. And the Ags is next. So the Infernal Blade play is going to be even more annoying to deal with. It just becomes a bigger and bigger beast. There's nothing slowing them down. You talked about decent farm. Like, sure, Raven's at 13k, which does sort of match KP at 14. Not anything compared to Armel. 20k at 27 minutes in. A lot of gold on that TA.
Fnatic, they've smoked up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Gonna be a bit of malice onto Tims. He blinks out.
no.
He blinks
No
out.
one.
I think DJ has just said it all. A happy set.
No.
It's kind of
not a
like
happy
you've
set.
you're about to rip your hair out, and you just scream as loud as you can. That was what DJ was trying to do right there.
It's just not lining up. TNC.
Gabby
Playing
gonna
tag
make a
here.
jump in onto Zephyr, and Zephyr is silenced, and he cannot leave. Yikes.
Yeah.
Tough one.
That's all there is to really say. I think that summarizes the past 28 minutes have been a pretty big yikes. 25k lead onto the high ground. No egg. And that's your team fight.
March jumps in for the Soulbind, and now the Dooms are going to come out from Gabby onto DJ, onto Moon, and they are just gone. I back out from Moon. They're going to try and fight this one out. AU with the Flesh Golem is not as tanky as you would hope.
Is under attack.
It's getting close to that point where you start to wonder when the call's coming.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This game is well and truly done.
Is under attack.
They could try for it. Raven gonna come in, does get the shotgun blast onto March, but at what cost? He'll get tossed away. Maybe they can fight this. On to Armel. He doesn't have that Aegis any longer. Armel needs to get up, but some great stuns up Moon, and they are going to be able to get one. Now onto KB. He is on the Prophet, and is going to go down. Raven just fighting by himself pretty much. They'll make the chase for more. They do still lose the ranks, but they managed to get some pretty big kills there.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. I'd say that's as successful of a defense as you could hope for. The fight was split up. They couldn't focus the egg. TNC have to be a bit cautious. They haven't completely bled out. That's around a 4k swing for Fnatic. And that's a lot of it going to Raven. So they finally reveal that shotgun in a very big way. And Zephyr's egg was the big factor there. So when you get that egg fully channeled, it can look good, but look at this, Gabby just going for more.
Oh. Yeah, just kills off A.
Just like that.
They're trying for the
keep it
Roshan. Fnatic. It is a bit slower than you would hope. And now Tims is going to rush in with an X-Block connecting onto Raven, and he's actually morphing, but he'll survive. Rolling Thunder, Moon going to go in. There's your Soulbind out from March, but it does not connect on Moon. So Tims now being left behind is going to go down. TNC got to be a bit wary not to be playing too overly confidently.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some of these deaths are starting to feel very unnecessary from TNC.
Yeah. I think for what they wanted here, though, it broke up the Roche. So Fnatic just can't even commit there. They can go in for themselves. Armel's getting set. He's got his butterfly. He's going to hit like a truck. They're going to keep eyes, though. Fnatic will want to fight. They've got the egg ready. They've got Rolling Thunder in half a minute. Tombstone's going to be up as well. Not an easy one for TNC anymore, now that Fnatic's kind of found a step in their walk.
The seeds of
Raven's just got the Satanic up. Could be Be a pretty big deal here for Fnatic. Ray making it happen, but Gabby can jump in. The harassment out from Gabby. He is very close to having that Aghanim Scepter up on our Doom. Mid lane, however, Moon rolling through Tims once again. KB will TP in with the Orchid straight out onto Zephyr. And now the soft bite, but he does commit the egg in time. Still KB gonna just try and focus it down. They are trying to rift away in time, and they do. Only to lose Zephyr. But you are also gonna lose that Roshan.
Yeah, it's a bigger win for TNC. You have to buy back in Zephyr, but he doesn't have Egg. The fight in the pit, it's not going to be as easy. You also committed to Tombstone. The dude's tools aren't available.
They can't get there in time. I'm also got a DD room.
Oh,
Aegis and Cheese gone. They have to turn back around. DJ looks down the pit of Malice. They're going to try for the fight. Onto Tims. There's your clumsy net, but Armel deletes AU straight off the bat. Now in onto more Gabby. He got the Doom on your Pangolier. Moon is being healed up by Zephyr, and Gabby is getting low, but does eat the cheese in time. That'll mean Armel can just come back in and clean up the Pangolier. Make that Zephyr as well, by the way. He does Ghost Form, but the trap, no, not going to be enough. Armel throws another one.
Oh, that is what you sound like.
He'll be fine. Raven.
Oh, he's going to be tanking his lucky stars. He did buy back. Raven against the world.
Under attack.
It really is.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Your mid-rack's going down slowly but surely. They'll get the repair kit out, trying to delay things as much as possible, and they're going to jump in. It's Gabby going up to DJ. Your Soulbind out as well. Hey, you just dive back on the Undying, and Raven is way too low. He does Ghost Form. Is it enough? He'll barely survive, but he's in the middle of all this. Gabby's going to turn around once again, just man-fighting this Morphling, and yeah, Raven, he's gone. He just can't sustain the damage output. Hey, you. He's actually going to have his buyback up in time. He's going to come back in on Armel. They're going to use the egg. But TNC are going to be able to run out of range and back into DJ. The avalanche out. DJ's got nowhere to go. He is probably just going to die here. And Gabby going for more now. Back onto the Phoenix. That'll mean Zephyr's gone and AU does tie back. And that'll be it. GG is called. TNC, they will take game one in a rather dominant fashion.
Radiant's middle barracks.
That was just a stop. There's no way to say it. It's a stop from TNC. Excellent performance from them. They said a bounty at the end. Fnatic, I mean,
5 seconds remaining. Fnatic's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to Fnatic's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
We are here for our game number 2 between TNC and of Fnatic. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike.
You don't look great, John. You look upset.
Well, I'm a bit upset because that performance from Fnatic, and we've said they've had a rough time. That goes beyond team chemistry, Mike. That just went way beyond. The individual plays not quite up to snuff. I'm having some allergies too, so I had to take some antihistamines, which can make my face look a bit funny, but it's not great for Fnatic. They tried to do something there with AU's Undying, DJ's Underlord, Moon's Pangolier. Like, you gotta give this guy something he can make space on. The Pango can get that work done, but once it falls down, it falls hard, and Fnatic have to change that draft up.
Yeah, I do believe as well that their Hogwarts invitation has been rescinded. Harry Potter not very happy that the Philosopher's Stone was left on the ground like that. So Fnatic won't be able to go visit Hogwarts later on after this this tournament. Very upsetting. Very, very upsetting. TNC, however, they got 2 of them. So doors are open for them.
Yeah,
Still.
I mean, really happy to have that. They were so far ahead they didn't even need it.
It's 120 GPM, right? So you're essentially adding 120 gold per minute to your team, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but it kind of is, because it's resources that aren't on the map.
Yeah, it's just free gold. Like, if you have more of the free gold, why not? And I mean, just small mistakes like that. You know, it's hard to overcome. Fnatic's gonna have to show up. They've got to show up. As TNC, they're not playing around. They are just full force. They don't care what the situation is. They're coming here to prove a point. And already Fnatic's draft looking a bit more stable. This is, you know, it's not exactly game winning. You know, it's not like a complete outdraft when you get this combination, but it's strong. Phoenix Mars, Egg Arena. Right, you're talking about stable team fights, stable timings here. You can play around this. I just worry because TNC, they already had a Venge. So you pick this Mars into the Venge. They've already got swapped to save one of the heroes stuck inside.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
The combination isn't going to be as amazing. Although, okay, TNC, they want the challenge, Mike. They take out the Venge Drow, so they're saying, all right, let's make it a bit harder here.
Well, look, in all fairness, the Drow Venge did win today. So today, it's got a 100% win rate. Obviously, the past 2 days, it has a 0% win rate. But I think TNC are pretty confident with this pickup. Let's see if they can make it work up against Fnatic here in this game number 2. Of course, Fnatic are going to be looking to get their first tie of the group stages. Fortunately, still lacking a point right now. Something to get going. Of course, a lot of people again have
TNC Predators turn to ban.
in the series, John. Among Us versus
Fnatic
will be up straight after this one. So if you're intrigued to see what that stack's going to look like, straight after this match, we're going to go check those guys out and see what they're up to. That is a stacked team.
That it is. You know, that's. This is a highlight. The next one's a highlight as well. You know, it's going to be big. It's a big day. You can't discount the last series. Of course, 496 up against Trust after that. It's a full day of Dota. The Vietnamese versus the Thai stack. You rarely get to see that kind of matchup. That's one to watch out for as well. Yeah.
I love 496. I'm really becoming a big fan of that team, right? Like, it's the underdogs already, right? If there's an underdog, I'm usually, you know, not necessarily biased towards them at all, but you know, you kind of want them to do well. But those guys have been looking great.
Oh, I mean, it's
very happy to see their performance. Still,
they've been swapping around, right? They don't have their pause one. We see Bombi step up to the plate. They shift around. It's an exciting team to watch. Like, a lot of potency. And it's always fun to watch that. It's always fun to watch these teams rise up. Same thing with MG Trust, right? So a lot of teams to watch out for. But the draft is sort of developing here. You've got the ban out. TNC, they do ban out the Spectre. They take out the Timbersaw as well. Fnatic on their side. Take out that Doom and the Void Spirit. So you're not going to have the Doom to jump in, ruin the team fights. No Void Spirit that can go in and out. It looks like Fnatic is worried a bit about those slippery heroes for Armel. We'll see what else they do choose to ban out. It does look to be a mix. Like, Gabby Armel heroes seem to be priority right now for Fnatic. What else? TA had a fantastic performance for Armel. It still does work against the Phoenix. You have to be cautious. There's a Drow now and a Venge. If they do get this TA to slide through and TNC picks it up, it's going to be even more potent in this lineup.
Certainly will be. I believe I did hear a disconnection occurred, according to our new announcer pack. I'm not sure who it was that DC'd, but hopefully it isn't Moon, who is currently captaining.
Yeah, it's AU. It's fine. It's a Philippine internet. We're just getting started before the game, you know. Not going to have a pause if you disconnect and draft. It's one way to fix that issue. And TNC.
All right.
This is confident. Yeah, they bring out the Pango. This could be the KP hero early on. The one time we saw the KP Pango, I remember a burnout, Mike. I don't know if you'd want to do that again, but I would love to see it, honestly. Just KP showing off those burnouts that you Australians love to do.
Do love those, but I am pretty sure it should be Tim's Pango this game. Last time we saw it, I think it was yesterday we saw Tim's on the Pango, or maybe the day before that, but it was Tim's the last time, and I assume it should be the same this time. We should find out right now, because TNC are making their fourth pickup, and I assume this should be the KP hero now. What do they want to give him, though?
It's fairly open. You've set yourself up with team fights with a Pango. The Drought as well by its own. Maybe a not a Venge, sorry. Maybe an LC for KP. It's one of his specials. Overwhelming odds. Destroys the treants that NP spawns. Staves off the push. The Purge is pretty nice as well to save your Drought if you wanted to. They go with the Chen. Okay.
So what's happening here now? We've got a very... I don't know what to say about this draft. It's very unique.
KP
it's a bit
Venge?
out there.
KP Venge, maybe?
10 seconds.
I hate Corp. So.
It's a downer, but you know, TNC, it looks like they're making it a challenge for themselves. Heck, what if they go with a Korchen? Actually, no, that Korchen offlane, that's what Fnatic used to do with Ice, so maybe showing up, giving KP a Chen to play with?
He is on ping, though, let's not forget. He is still having that 100 ping he has to play with, so I don't know if you want to give him those kind of high micro heroes like the Chen. Then again, he does still play Brewmaster even with the ping, so...
Oh yeah, and he plays excellently. So I don't think ping's going to be a big issue for him. Still, Fnatic, they get the space to pick up the PL. So it's the Raven PL. It's been a while, right? But it's been out of meta for a while, and the one time we saw it, it hasn't looked too good. They're going to have to make this one work somehow.
TNC Predators turn to ban.
Well, there's no counters towards the PL at the moment. Like, apart from the Pango, who can, you know, get some decent wave clear up against those illusions, I don't really see anything else that can deal with Raven's PL this game.
That's fair. I think there's some room for it in the draft, though. Fnatic already take out the Storm. They have to be aware they need to remove the Ember. Like, they're going to have first pick, though. So if they don't ban the Ember, they could pick it up themselves. But if they don't and leave that in, then that's your PL counter. You know, it's just straightforward. Beyond that, though, it could be a bit tricky. The PL is nice into the Drow because you can run up at her, and you're a natural Manta builder. You can just purge off the silence and keep going. So you've got that here for Fnatic. It is shaping up differently. I think this one's less sensitive to the early game, which they were really banking on in game 1. Undying Underlord dual lane. That just has to go on a snowball start. It didn't. This time you're not as constrained by that kind of key timer. You are still banking on Raven a ton, right? It's a PL. He's going to have to hit his farm timings, but game 1 we saw Raven wasn't the issue. He was still finding farm, so I'm sure he's going to have a decent performance in the PL, at the least.
Final banouts now. The Storm Kunkka being removed by Fnatic. TNC, one more ban for them, and it's going to be what appears to be an AU hero again. So they do ban the Tree Protector. Could be a DJ hero as well, I suppose. And now the Ember. Very out there with these bans.
Yeah, I don't blame them though. Like, again, TNC would love to pick it up against the PL, but Fnatic does pick first. So if you left the Ember in the pool, they would have taken it. You don't have the best stuns. Venge stun is so-so. Drow Silence is so-so to catch something like the Ember. They couldn't allow it to slide through.
5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic, how do they want to finish this off? It does seem like they're either lacking another support or they're lacking another mid hero.
TNC Predators turn.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Okay.
The Wind Ranger comes out.
Yeah, it's the couples fight. Drow versus Wind Ranger. Both Rangers just having a bit of a quarrel in this match. We'll see how that works out. Still flexibility in how these lanes unfold. Although it is looking like a support Wind Ranger with the support Phoenix, but you can kind of swap that with the NP if you wanted to. A better draft for Fnatic. I think this is something they can play with. They do have to, this is where they get tested as a team though, not down to individual performance alone, but they have to execute as a team. We have to see the arena egg to be effective. Once you've got those level 6s, had issues buying space for Raven, but they have to play as 4. You know, make that count, and you might give TNC a run for their money. TNC, they're going with a Drow Venge. They're leaving it open as to what KP is going to take. It's a bit of a riskier draft, but it's also a draft with bigger payoff. Depending on how they close out with that last pick, these heroes do get off to a fast start. The Chen can sustain you for a very long time, and you've got the Venge for the swap saves. Try to dance around it up against Fnatic. It does take a lot more coordination and quick responses here from TNC to really maximize that.
Yeah. 30 seconds left. TNC to make this pick up. Are we looking for an Armel hero? What? Or maybe so, actually. But I still do think Tim should be on the Pangolier this game. TNC? No, it's gonna be a Sven popping up. So who's taking what?
Armel Drow? Yeah.
Armel Drow. Armel Drow, Gabby Sven. Well,
KP Venge.
I did say I wanted to see the Gabby Sven come out earlier on today, and there it is.
Huh.
How do you feel about this draw from TNC?
I don't think it's too bad. Like, they have an issue of control. So the big one here is Fnatic has excellent single target control. If they get the shackle on the Sven, there's enough time there to follow up with the Mars Spear, to follow up with all the right click damage that you can possibly pump out, and Gabby's not going to have game. But it's the opposite situation as well. If TNC get to jump in, they catch Raven out, cleave right through the illusions. And then factor this in, Mike. Warcry plus a Chen, added armor, and a heal. And that's so much durability on TNC's side that you cannot underestimate if you're Fnatic.
Cannot. Sure. See if Fnatic can tie out this series 1-1 with TNC, or whether TNC is going to get another 2-0 victory. The team should be a good one this time around. I do believe Fnatic's draft should look better in this matchup.
Yeah, it should.
It does really instill a lot more confidence, right? When you look at it compared to TNC's draft.
I just realized something though. It's an AU Mars. Is that a POS 5 Mars? Or is DJ on support 4, Zephyr on the 5 Phoenix? This makes it a bit trickier.
I do believe that might be a position 5 Mars.
Then I have no clue. It's a better draft than game 1, but 5 Mars. Like, we've seen 4 Mars, sure. But 5? It's stuck in the bottom of net worth. It's not a very pleasant part to be in, Mike, I have to tell you. We'll see if they can make it work. We talked about the pros. If they do land a Phoenix Egg with the arena, I think you've got a match here. Fnatic has ways of coming in. Moon is on a hero that can buy space. It is a playmaker. It can get a lot more room. You don't have natural counters. Like, his Pango was just counteracted by March's Grimstroke. You don't have anything like that to worry about. So you can expect Moon to put up a lot more of a fight. And that's going to be key to get this running start. A PL takes so much investment. It is a Raven special. You need to get that space. Fnatic has to get that done.
See how this works out. So, okay, maybe position 4 Mars is what we're looking at. AU, he does get the Orb of Venom up. Does look like it is going to be a bit of a support build up here. Maybe not. Zephyr's going to show up on the Phoenix now. It is really out there with this draft.
Man, callbacks to the old times. Warriors Gaming Nana, just Tims and Moon. Warriors Gaming Nana, Execration Tims, Rave DJ. Oh, old times. These guys just making everyone feel old.
We were casting back in those days as well.
Yeah. It's so long ago. It feels like now, doesn't it, Mike?
It really does. Times, you know.
Yeah, and you know
times.
There was someone pointing out as well, Fnatic did have Raven and AU before, right? In the initial shakeup years ago. So this is a bit of a flashback. We'll see if they can make it work. Aggression in the bot lane, just a bit here.
TNC's gonna back off. It is still a 2 for 2. Nothing too special here, but what I really am more intrigued about is how they're gonna make these lane matchups work. So Zephyr is there on the support Phoenix with DJ, and AU is running back up top on the Mars. You do have Moon on the mid Wind Ranger, and Raven is on the POS 1 PL. So yeah, POS 5 Mars, which I have heard ramblings about in C. That some players have been testing this. Like, I think it was Dugu maybe that was doing it.
Okay. I can see it work. It's just that I guess against this lane, you know, KP Venge, Tims and the Pango. Look at AU. He's just manning up. He's got the durability. KP can't do anything about this. Does have the level 1 wave of terror, but doesn't matter to something like the Mars. So in that sense, this matchup for Raven should be good. He's finding his farm. They've got space to be aggressive. It's going to take a while for KP to build presence up. It's going to take a while for the Pangolier to also build presence up, and that's going to be a bit of an issue for TNC.
It's the God's Rebuke, though. That might have just been a kill had it landed. Wanted to knock him back, which is definitely the right play there from AU, but it's not as easy said than done. Now AU going to cop a lot of harassment out from Tims, who does have that Orb of Venom himself. They need one more hit to kill AU, but they'll just keep him on a very, very low HP pool. You will just sit in the tree line and passively regen up with a Tango. Meanwhile, even Zephyr, dropping extremely low on the Phoenix up at the bot lane, does salve up.
Yeah, that's all the way back in this creep wave. Of course, buying space for the cores to just kind of fight at each other. Gabby, this is a matchup where, you know, an NP with a Blightstone isn't too scary. Gabby is pretty tanky on the Sven. If he wants a value point in Warcry to prevent any damage, he can do that. And he's just happy enough to find his farm. 60-0, lots of denies on DJ. That's just not enough to stop the Sven.
True. Of course, mid lane, Moon on that Wind Ranger against Armel is taking a lot of damage. He has the Wind Run. He'll be alright. It's the beauty of the Drow, right? You can just harass so easily with those Frost Arrows, especially once they get to that level 2 mark. Moon has to be very wary about how close he gets.
Yeah, and the farm distribution's super close as well. 11-2 on both sides. Armel is having that fantastic time in regen. Moon's forced to use the power shots to clear waves. So he's not applying as much harassment. And the right clicks really do just favor Armel. Moon's got to watch out in a precarious spot. And this is a lane that the Drow does like very much. Like, you know, even if you're drawing even here, you can clear out the jungle camps a bit faster, especially when you hit 6. Moon at his 6 doesn't clear camps faster, he kills heroes. You're not necessarily going to find all those opportunities to max that out.
True. There's just Moon copying more harassment here. And the shot is not going to be enough. The Fairy Fire does heal up Moon. Survive, but Armel, he's ready to go again. He's still full HP. Has plenty of mana to go. The best that Moon can do here is just try to snipe creeps with power shot, but he only has mana left for 1.
Ooh, nah, that's not a good spot. And Armel, we saw him with a runaway start last time. If he gets that start again,
yeah.
First blood.
The multi-shot,
Point
just
well taken.
too much damage, and Moon, he's trying to push to the limits here in this mid lane, but Armel will punish him for it.
Even Gabby just sending the tip out from a different lane. Gabby, that's not your matchup. You know, gotta focus on your own lane. Still up top. Look at this AU.
Oh, AU, he missed the spear. That means he's gonna die now. They're really giving it to them now. Armel even being involved with the voice lines. Just 2-0. Fnatic. They'll need to calm down a little bit here. Nice juke out from Raven. That magic missile, but a lot of pressure being applied in all lanes. Raven is still able to get farm, but it's just tough.
No vengeance to take.
Yeah, it's coming out there. He's still #1 in terms of last hits. Not by too much. You're still having this big issue of Armel. Look at this. He just bullies Moon out. He comes back in lane, and he's forced to just run.
Good. Juke out the multi-shot quite nicely. Does have bottle up now at least, so you do have a bit more regen. But Gabby, come on now. Gabby's really giving it over to Moon on this Wind Ranger, and Armel. I mean, it kind of works though, right? The psychological warfare. He's not even in your lane, and he knows how bad it's going. He's just giving it to you from the bot lane where he's just safely farming.
Yeah, it's not a good sign for Fnatic. And, you know, you've got that level 6 mark in Armel. You don't want to hold the lane if you're Moon. You know, he's got such a massive damage spike, Armel. Just having that level up. At this point, I think you've got to surrender that lane. Maybe defend the tier 1 if it gets shoved in, but you can't allow Armel to find any kill ops. You have to play in that jungle, and he's at least trying to get that done.
AU. It's a spear off there onto Tim's. Position of 5 Mars, I don't know how much I like it. I've got to be honest, John. I mean, it's definitely creating space here for Raven. He is still top of the last hits board. So I suppose AU is doing his job. You start to wonder, is it because the Mars is there, or is it because Raven is just that good on PL?
It's a 50-50. I think you can't discount that AU has been zoning out well. It's not been enough to stop KP's progression, though. Look at KP, level 5, Vengeance Aura pretty much level 3. Almost going to hit the 6 mark. Once you have the 6, you're going to have swap, and you're going to have swap way earlier than the Arena Egg, which means when you do have Arena Egg, I think swap play is there to save. So the timings are not going to line up, and that's the downside of this Mars 5. You're not going to have Arena early. When you do have it, Vengeance is going to be there to deal with it.
Tim's returns back into the lane. Spear not going to connect, so Tim's will go for the swash back onto AU. They'll go for the easier kill. In fact, Armel, nice timing from him to get a nice kill secure. Start on that tier 1 top tower.
Yeah, and this is the typical movement out here for TNC. At around the 7-minute mark, you rotate Armel top, get the shove in, give Tim's mid to soak some EXP, and try to find out tier 1.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fairly easy for Armel to clean that up with KP. Raven, he's going to stick around and slowly defend this. To his credit, there is no siege creep, so he should be able to get that defense done. And Fnatic, they're going to smoke up and try to sneak in from behind. It'd be great timing here from Fnatic, but March is going to be there to break the smoke. And now they can try and turn this one around, but Armel, he's on the run. DJ going to TP in on the Prophet, and with that focus fire, Armel, he does not TP out like this. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even have a TP. He will go down. That's a huge
big
pick off there
kill.
for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's an important one. Biggest target they could find off the map beyond Gabby. So they pick it up. Very worthwhile rotation for Moon. You do still have to wonder though. They've been focusing on the top lane. They have left Gabby alone to just have a good time. Look at that. Gabby even giving a tip to DJ. He's feeling confident in this gun. And he's very confident. Has the treads up. Morbid Mask flying in. Mask of Madness next. And then the farm escalates. They spot out the stacks though. AU does manage to scout it out. They're going to have to contest it very soon. Once that bomb is up, it's going to be taken really quick.
In fact, place the wards down.
Oh, there's a
on that
sentry.
stack. Yeah, March, he already knows. And now KP, a cut off AU. Drops him in. That's your support Mars gone. And they'll get back to the stacks.
I'll take that.
I mean, you lose a ward like that. That means you're down one piece of vision, one piece of control on the map. Not great for Fnatic, as even Moon caught out. Does win run though.
That is what you sound like.
He's not quite set the pace. You know, he's up here top. He's trying to find steady farm. But there's no opportunities for Fnatic to clump up. They still need a level 6s on their supports. Downside of that duo, you need 6 on Phoenix, you need 6 on Mars. Supports don't tend to find that EXP easy.
Tier 1 tower still dropping. March just casually healing people up with the Hill Troll Priest. How much heal is that again? 15 HP every time. That's nice. And it works, right? Like eventually, it does heal you up. Rolling Thunder in the mid lane, but doesn't.
Yeah, I think that troll is actually more efficient than a Witch Doctor Voodoo Restoration at level 1. In fact, up to level 2 or 3. It is a really good heal in that context. That's a hero's heal. It's much better than that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice snap from you, John.
Yeah.
Fnatic.
Radiant's bottom
Go for that bot
is under attack.
T1 tower now. But TNC, they do have an opportunity to defend this if they want. It seems as though they don't care for that tier 1 bottom and would rather try to push in that mid tier 1
Dire's
tower.
middle tower is under attack.
Will be clipped
Dire's
immediately though.
structures are fortified.
Gabby now put that Mask of Madness up. Too hard to take this, especially once that God Strength is there. Gabby just hitting so hard already, and that'll be your T1 mid tower. It's just gone.
That's not a good sign. 2 towers deleted immediately from TNC. Great moves up to get those objectives down. Fnatic, you know, it's 4-1. It's a 1k lead for TNC. It's not the end of the world. They're still finding the build up on DJ. Raven is lagging a bit behind. It's time to get that peel in recovery mode. Moon for his part. And he's got that javelin up, but he's not. There's just no heroes to jump. You know, like you go for. You're never going to find Armel. He's playing way too safe. You can't jump Gabby because of his armor. You could try for the Pango, but he's very slippery. It's just not a very easy time to buy that space alone as the Wind Ranger.
DJ gonna hang around down a bot lane and just work towards that Orchid. It's getting very close to that. Need as much as he can get. Help his team out. That Orchid should do quite a bit of work. What's Gabby up to? Working towards the Heaven's Halberd right now on the Sven.
Yeah, it's a bit of a big timing here though. March has his mech. 12 minutes in. Naked mech, but that's all you want in the Chen. If TNC do force a fight, they've got 2 sources of sustain, and we've seen that change the pace of a lot of engagements. You can't underestimate the durability a Chen can bring.
There's so many auras going on here for TNC. It's kind of ridiculous how many auras they have with the Venge Drow and all the Chen creeps, plus the war cry from Gabby.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's so buffed up.
It's a beauty when it all lines up like that. The synergy is excellent, and all they need to do is to clump up. Now there is a smoke here from Fnatic. It is just AU and Moon. It's time for them to try to go hunting.
Thing is, the Roshan's being taken right now. I don't think they're guessing that this is happening, but no, with the multi-shot flying out through the Roshan pit, they know now. So, power shot. Come in, does actually get the Roshan kill, but they get the gold for it, but the Aegis will go to the way of Armel. Now AU will drop the arena, and we'll get the spear off, and Egg will also be committed, but that Egg mispositioned, and a swap out onto DJ is going to ensure that kill. AU trying to TP, but no, KP. Another swap TP cancellation.
Radiant's bottom tower is
3
under
heroes
attack.
dead, plus an Aegis going to the way of TNC.
Yeah, they come out on top in a massive way. Even Armel just able to run down Moon. Just not a good sign when your Wind Ranger can't even stand to a drought. 13 minutes in,
Dire's top tower
but
is under attack.
Fnatic, it's looking dicey now. 4K lead onto TNC. Aegis is up on Armel. They did get the Roshan gold, so that injection is nice. Or I believe Raven does have his defusal coming, so that's one part of the puzzle completed. They need more. They need to stall out a bit more. Hold on to those tier 2s. We've got to see the Arena Egg executed a lot better, but if you can land that duo, that is your fighting chance here in Fnatic. Just get the Egg Arena going. Maybe you can win out.
Got the diffusal blade now up on Raven. Potential for them to go for a fight once these ultimates are back up. Is Gabby's just farming way too quick on this spin right now. He's just going to pull way too far ahead if this keeps up. He has had 0 pressure this game. Heaven's Halberd is a couple hundred gold off now.
Dire's bottom tower.
The
is under
Hurricane
attack.
Pike being brought up on Armel, and they're just going to go for a T1 bot tower.
Dire's structures
And it
are
seems as though
fortified.
Fnatic are just going to let this one go down. They are not making their way there. They're
Radiant's
trying to
top
trade the
tower
top
is
tier
under
one.
attack.
They have no choice. They can't go for that
Dire's
defense.
bottom tower is under
The trade
attack.
isn't going fast enough either. This push is not as speedy as you'd want. They have to drag DJ along. Pick TNC is just going to let that go, but
Radiant
key items coming out.
structures are fortified.
Vlad's up on Tim's. They have the
Dire's
Spirit
bottom
Vessel
tower
up
is under
on the
attack.
Phoenix, so his Zephyr doesn't have any charges.
Goes straight into Gabby. Does get speared up though by AU, but Arena is going to be dropped. Tims, who rolls forward onto AU. They just want to get the Mars, but great play from AU. Positioning near the low ground to get knocked down by Tims, but it won't matter. Gabby just one hits him. Now finds Zephyr. Icarus Dive was still available, but Gabby is slowly but surely going to chase. He does still have the war cry, so Zephyr is probably just dead here. Does have the Sunray TP, but he can't get away.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
TNC chopping them down, gets the call back on Gabby, and there's that Chen effect. They're all smoked up. They've got Gabby on a different side of the map. They're going hunting.
Very, very tough time. Raven doesn't want to die right now.
Radiant are scanning. Dire
Are coming up. Gabby, he seems to know. Where would I hide if I was Raven right now?
Oh?
Got the right idea. He smells so close. He smells him.
Oh, Gabby. Missed him. Right on the edge. Ooh.
But how's Raven going to get out of this? He has 10 seconds for a TP.
He's got to be careful. He's gonna.
Armel wants to. Armel could randomly multi-shot right now.
He could. They
Dire's
could check.
bottom
No,
tower
they give
is
up.
under
No,
attack.
he gets to go home. Raven counting his lucky stars. TNC though, they get easy access to a tier 2, Mike.
They do. It's going to be a very, very easy tier 2. Again, no defense out from
Dire's
Fnatic.
structures are
Currently
fortified.
sitting at 9-1 in terms of kill score with a 4K net worth advantage for TNC.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's difficult.
Objectives being taken.
There hasn't been too much progress for Fnatic. They've taken the side tier 1s. They
Dire's
need the
bottom
mid tier 1 to go.
tower.
They do have the MKB on Moon, so he has damage on that Wind Ranger. He needs to get that damage out though. He hasn't been able to, and that's really the big problem here. They just
Are they
don't
really
have
going for a
the
T3?
opportunities.
It's under attack.
Why not?
It's a bit confident, don't you think?
They need to bring out the Arena Egg. The last time it was executed was not so good. They do have the high ground, so Fnatic might be able to make that work out. They're gonna have to jump in now. Like, it's just gonna melt.
We're 17 minutes into the game, and they're just taking... Oh, that's a great shackle out from Moon. He caught both cores, and now the Arena. Don't catch three, but AU, not so quick. Raven's gonna jump in, but he's been disarmed by Gabby, and now Tim's actually stunned on the spot, doing a little mini burn out there.
Oh.
TNC, that'll be enough. They do end up actually killing off the tower. They'll leave the racks exposed.
Yeah, their ages expired right in the middle of that fight. Very fortunate that Armel wasn't in any sort of danger. So they get to reset, they get to pull back. They have expended the big spells. This is a window for TNC to try to force something. No Arena, no Egg. It is difficult to fight here.
Let's spot him out. Or will they? They see that power shot. I think they may have. Tim's gonna have a gander, but won't be able to catch him out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So hard to see Fnatic being able to take a big team fight right now.
Nah, they need to land everything perfectly. Right now, the situation for Zephyr is so bad that it's naked Spirit Vessel up to 19 minutes. No ground boots, no nothing. He's walking around. It's hard for him to get into position. He has to use his dive to reposition himself in, and that just complicates matters. TNC, they just get the farm up, they take it slow. The Ags is next for Gabby. That's gonna fix a lot of his issues in terms of getting kited around. He's even building into a Battle Fury on the Sven.
Yeah. Hey, you gonna get jumped on now by Tims. Rolling Thunder's gonna be out. They are going straight after this Mars. Hand of Gods to fly out as well, just to keep everyone alive. And Gabby looking for another, going after DJ now. A nice shackle out from Moon. Will hold Gabby back for a second, but it looks like DJ is almost guaranteed to die.
Is under attack.
And Tims keeps going. Spots out Zephyr. Focus fire will be expended by Moon. Another nice shackles out, but they can't follow up.
No. It's a shame. Moon is setting up. They don't have the combinations to go in. They're not confident enough with the damage. Raven is not nearly big enough to capitalize on that control, so they just have to pull back 11-1. TNC still so far ahead. You know, I realize what the Battle of Fury's for, Mike. I just figured it out. It took some time. Ooh.
Does go down. They do end up getting this Drow Ranger. But go on, John. What's the Battle Fury for?
Chops and
on our
trees.
set?
Chop the trees. He doesn't want the Quelling Blade. He needs to chop the trees to prevent being trapped. Battle Fury. I think we had a chat about that a long time ago about our treesy. You know, when you get trapped in trees. I pointed out that Battle Fury on Sven. It sounds dumb, but it's better than a Quelling Blade.
He's got an Aghanim Scepter though. He could just fly past the trees.
But he could get Orchid. He doesn't have, or he could be under Mask of Madness. You know, you never know the timing. You got to cover your bases. He's queued it up though. Yeah, he's queued up the BKB. Let's see if Gabby goes for that first. I do want the spicy play though. Let me have my Battle Fury Sven.
People used to actually buy that in Dota 1. That was a thing. It was a thing.
Oh, Dota 1? I used to buy it in Dota 2.
Oh, goodness me.
Don't look at my records from 2012. Don't look at those games. They're painful.
They are.
Very painful.
Oh, goodness. Raven's getting very close to that Manta style now. So, a bit more coming out on our PL. 7k net worth lead still standing here from TNC.
Fnatic, they've smoked up though. Ayo and Raven. Duo looking for a kill.
Tough, but they're going to give it a shot, but a counter smoke now from TNC. The mid lane where they're going to run straight into Zephyr, and that'll be Armel getting a solo pick off. Everyone else basically still smoked. Tims.
Radiant are scanning.
AU just going to go for a quick TP play out of there. Everyone else from Fnatic just going to hide in the tree line and eventually TP away. And they don't seem to be interested whatsoever in trying to take a team fight.
Radiant's bottom
No,
tower
this is perfect
under
timing for
attack.
TNC though. Roche is up, the courier spots it, they can easily go for it. Fnatic might need to make a smoke play into that pit
Radiant's middle
very
tower
soon
is
if they don't
under
want to
attack.
give that Roche with the ages and cheese away.
Roshan's not going to last long. Even getting the Yasha up now on that brow and does take the Aegis chase for himself. And they're just going to control this dark jungle. Fnatic, all they can do is put all their hopes in Raven. So he's farming, he's getting there. It's just Gabby could be a very big pick off. They do show themselves now in that mid lane.
Yeah, it's all about Raven now. I mean they've got the blink on.
Dire's top tower
I
is
just thought
under
of a pun. You know the show That's So
Radiant's
Raven?
bottom tower
Yes.
is under attack.
This is That's So Raven. It's the Raven.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Oh, goodness me,
It's so bad.
Radiant structures are
TNC,
fortified.
they're going to rush up towards that top lane. Onto the tier 3 tower.
Dire's
Gabby.
structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is
Got that,
under
have
attack.
that Aghanim Scepter. Got to be wary of that.
Radiant's
Of course, you
bottom
can't
tower
use
is
this on Zephyr because he can just Icarus dive you into the fountain.
Dire's top tower is under
Gabby
attack.
still going.
Dire's top
Does get the
tower
tier
is
3.
falling.
Now Armel. He'll get started on
Radiant's
the melee
middle tower
barracks.
is under attack.
Oh man, Zephyr melts those split arrows as well. Oh,
Jackals is very nice from Moon.
Radiant's
again, there's
middle
just
tower
no
has
follow-up.
fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
DJ is taking the mid tier 1 while all this is happening. Zephyr almost dives with his dive. And yeah, is forced to edge. The multi-shot was too much. They're gonna fight anyway. AU commits the arena, but it means nothing. Shackles was there from Moon with a focus fire out, but Gabby forces him back ace. And now Zephyr's dead. Just channeling a Sun Ray. There'll be a buyback, but they're gonna lose the racks and that'll be it. TNC happily back off.
it's gonna be difficult to defend. No egg, no arena. They're gonna have to get some perfect shackles here, some really good isolation. But Moon, he's on the wrong side of the map here.
Take the haste rune, and it looks like he wants to try and skip the creep wave. Try to avoid another high ground attempt here from TNC. Zephyr's got to be careful where his position. He's just brought back.
What you found laying around.
Seem to know where Armel is. Raven is going to go rush for the Drow, but he shadow plays, but they will get the dust off. Armel able to force stuff out of there. Now they could reinitiate. Gabby looking for a way in, but March is being sieged down and does go down. Gabby, does he want to go or not? It looks like the answer is no. But Fnatic, they want to keep going. Onto KP now, and KP has been left behind. TNC, bit of indecisiveness here. They had the Aegis on Armel the whole time, but they did not engage.
An awkward position to be in now. Gabby is trying to look for a way in. They don't manage to spot anyone, but Fnatic, they're going to be happy with that. Bounces them back just a bit more. These are the kills they're looking for. They didn't have to drop any big ults for those. But they've got Arena Egg ready to go. If something else breaks out, TNC, gotta be a bit cautious. When you lose March, you're not confident to take the fights because you lack that regen. You have to ensure that March isn't too far forward before anything breaks out.
Dire's middle tower is
Maybe
under
try
attack.
for this mid-tier 2 tower defense. They are just in their own triangle right now. Gabby sneaking up from behind, but he was underneath the sentry ward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jay still just farming the Radiant Triangle. No,
Dire's
not going to be
middle
able to
tower
catch the
has
Phoenix
fallen.
out with the Gust. DJ is now underneath an observer ward, so Gabby just going to rush in, does get silenced up, pops the BKB, cancels the TP, and gets an easy kill for himself. And now the rest of TNC, they're going to try for a high ground push.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yep,
attack.
That's
Great shackle out from Moon now with the arena and the egg being committed. KP is very low, but March is keeping everyone alive. They will finally get the Vengeful Spirit, and they get the rest. Tims will go down again to the shackles of Moon. There goes the Aegis on the Drow Ranger as well. Gabby in the middle of all this does get speared to a tree, and now another shackles out from Moon, holding it down, and they are out of mana on Gabby. He does have a cheese, however. DJ just way too far forward, does die, and now Raven needs to doppel out of there. Cheese is going to be eaten by Gabby, but he does not stun the right target. Does have another stun up in just a second, however. Raven playing with a bit of fire here, but Gabby, he is out of God strength. That will be a defense out of Fnatic.
a really strong defense, and that's the effect of a good arena egg coming out on top. Moon also getting the lockdowns needed in that fight, chaining up Armel for such a long time. The Spirit Vessel negating the regen of March, deleting KP. Without the Venge Aura, a lot of that durability and damage also disappears. But look at this, TNC not dissuaded, smoked up immediately.
Well, you know all those ultimates are down right now, and they're going to run straight into Moon, but he does have very quick reactions. He blinks out. See, with that DD rune still active on Gabby, would love to make a jump right now, but be able to. EU preemptively placing some trees down, but Gabby will cut them down. The bot rats.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
And Skadi now available on Raven.
Dire's bottom barracks is fallen.
That'll be your bot racks going down for free.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Leaves one left standing here for Fnatic.
It's still possible fight for them. Arena Egg is back up, and that's the exact same spot where TNC struggled. So if they can get that done once more, get the shackles out, get the perfect arena egg, they can find a way in. That the eyes of Scotty as well, and Raven gonna pile on to that minus regen that are already getting out with the Spirit Vessels on Zephyr. Unfortunately for Zephyr, he is out of charges. He's gonna need that up. That's what was giving them the wins. They were keeping one of these heroes down so low that March couldn't keep them alive.
The seeds of fortune.
Very hard to get charges when you can't really kill anyone without it, so what the game plan is we have a Paladin sword on the deck.
Oh,
March will take it for himself. That wasn't Fnatic's, I don't believe, by the way. It was TNC.
Yeah,
it's FYI.
It's a great one. Amplify healing amplified entirely, so it looks funny, but of course that does boost up March's burst heal potential just a little bit more. Still have to be cautious about the timing. March needs to be aware of who has a Spirit Vessel on top of them and who needs that immediate burst, because last time he tried to bail KP out, wasn't enough. That Spirit Vessel charge just did too much work. And, you know, Fnatic, they've stalled out well. We talked about Raven. This being the Raven show, he's 16.8k net worth. He's not too far behind Armel. He's way behind Gabby, and there's that Battle Fury.
Oh my god.
He's done it, Mike.
Battle Fury.
He did it.
For the
I'm so happy.
memes.
Top trees. Chop trees.
Don't let your memes be dreams, boys. You want your Battle Fury Sven, you get out there and go get it. Anyone else tell you that you can't do that?
Oh, boy. It's gonna work, though. You know, he's got additional mana regen, which is always important. That's something we saw Gabby struggle, especially with the Diffusal in play. And he could pull back in full HP, but he didn't have anything to cast spells. Now he has a little bit more to help him kind of pump himself full. You can even see him just kind of picking up mangoes on the way. Got some burst mana as these fights continue to get longer. It's getting a bit more complicated for TNC. It's becoming a bit easier for Fnatic to find these openings to abuse. You look at Raven, again, his net worth has been good. He's going into the Basher. Got that. The PL suddenly becomes that much scarier, having his own piece of control. It does.
TNC. That mid lane. They are the side of Fnatic right around the corner, but They want to avoid fighting at all costs right now. But Roshan is going to get started. It's going to be a very, very easy Roshan. Go ahead and pick up. And that's an Aghanim Scepter upgrade, which... Who took it?
Radiant are scanning.
Where is this
I
Axe
don't
upgrade?
see it. Huh.
Radiant's bottom
I really
tower
don't see
is
it. There's
under
so many
attack.
auras right now that it's hard to see anything. Where did it go?
I swear Tim's picked it up, but I can't be sure now. This is... Did he delete it?
No, it's on Armel now. Armel's
okay.
taken it.
Okay, perfect. Split shot, multi-shot in play. Easier time to clear out those illusions. Easier time to clear out the tree and shove waves out. It's really just a free Ags and Drow. It's one of those things that you normally don't invest too deeply in it. Now you free yourself a slot in the late game.
Look at the amount of auras they have going at once. Look at March's auras.
Dire's middle
Ridiculous.
tower is under attack.
It's not even aligned with the HUD. Because we're in beta.
Back to the back line to try to initiate. Raven is there. The egg to be dropped as well. Tim's does go down. Meanwhile, Gabby, he'll give up on the egg. The main March does go down, but DJ will lose his own life. Now, Gabby going for a bit of a trip with that Icarus dive, but does get the kill. And, it's a messy team fight. TNC look to have come out on
Dire's
top.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Gabby, he's going in. Zephyr, no start to speak of, and that'll be a dieback on your Phoenix. Gabby will just continue laughing all the way to the bank.
Raven.
Now even Raven, yeah, he's in trouble. They missed the stun, but they have the damage, and that'll be GG. TNC take a 2-0 victory over the side of Fnatic, and it was rather dominant.
Oh yeah. It wasn't as bad for Fnatic here in Game 2. I mean, at least they didn't lose out their neutral items under vision. But TNC, they come out on top, they play a lot better. Fnatic, there were shining moments.